Empty Shell, written by Ashley Fontainne, narrated by Sarah Morsi. Chapter 1. Saturday Morning. The morning sun was bright and the humidity staggering. Both bore down on him, making the sweat run faster down his neck and back as he walked. His heart thundered in his chest, and he fought to keep his breathing normal and his gait natural. The rush of adrenaline made his hands shake as he adjusted his ball cap. He forced his facial muscles to respond to his commands, determined to keep his expression neutral so he would blend in. His mind was racing, unaccustomed to the violent behavior it had just experienced upstairs. His shaky limbs wanted to run the remaining distance to the safety of his vehicle and away from the nightmare of what he'd just done. A small sigh of relief left his lips when he made it to his vehicle and slid inside, removing his gloves and shoving them deep into his pants pocket. It took him 3 attempts to insert the key into the ignition. He took a deep breath, held it, and then released it in slow, controlled bursts. He had to get it together or he would have an accident on the way home. He gripped the key tighter in his sweaty fingers and tried again. To his relief, the engine turned over. Fighting the urge to look behind him to see if he was being followed, he eased out of the parking spot and merged into the mid-morning traffic, careful to keep his eyes on the road. Anything to keep from looking at her sticky red blood on his clothes. Oh, God, what have I done? Chapter 2, Monday, early morning. Turn that damn thing off. I'm trying, but it's stuck or something. The door flew open and Jack stormed into the bedroom. In 3 quick strides he crossed the floor, his face and chest beat red from his interrupted hot shower. With a sheepish grin, I held out the noisy thing to him. He didn't even try to hide his irritation as he yanked the screeching clock from my fumbling hands. His body language made clear his thoughts about my inability to perform such a simple task. His angry hands used to touch me with gentle caresses. God, how I missed them. I shrugged at his nasty attitude, walked back over to my side of the bed and searched under the pillow for my glasses. Without them, I couldn't see anything that wasn't within 8 inches of my face. No wonder I couldn't find the off switch on the alarm. With my back to my annoyed husband, a small grin of triumph nickled at the corners of my mouth. Listening to him struggle to silence the little plastic piece of hell was rather entertaining. At least I wasn't the only one finding it difficult to shut off. The noisy clock was another irritating purchase Jack had made online while watching one of those brain-numbing reality shows he loved so much. It served him right that he now held a worthless pile of junk. What a waste of $40. The alarm clock that was supposed to wake us up to sounds of nature sounded more like a screaming, rabid howler monkey, one with its tail caught in a trap, and it seemed to be stuck in the permanent on position. My grin became a full smile when I found my glasses. Now I could fully appreciate watching him attempt to find the off switch. The anticipated fun disappeared in a flash when I turned around to ask Jack if he was ready for a cup of coffee and realized what he was about to do. With one final grunt, Jack launched the clock against the wall in frustration. It disintegrated into a pile of broken plastic, leaving a fist-sized dent in the newly painted sheetrock. The one good thing resulting from my husband's tirade was that it killed the incessant buzzing. Jack's damp, dark brown hair flopped forward, releasing thinning bangs. The way his hair tumbled almost looked like it was taking a bow for saving our ears. Guess you just answered my question about coffee. Obviously, you haven't had any yet. Jack shot daggers of rage at me with his hooded, deep-set brown eyes. He didn't speak as he moved past me and slammed the bathroom door behind him. I let my own irritation out with a small sigh. For a second, I stared at the 2-inch thick wood separating us. I wished the door was the only barrier that life had erected between husband and wife. At least the door was a blockade I could see and knock down if I wanted to. Problem was, did I? I looked over at the mess Jack had left on the floor. I started to bend down and gather the broken remnants, but stopped short, my fingers hovering over the rubble. No, not today, not again. I decided to leave the twisted wreckage right where it was. Let Jack pick up after himself for a change. A small test to see how long it would take for him to do so. And maybe to let him know how fed up I am with his mood swings. Whoever said that men don't suffer from hormonal influxes was obviously in a serious state of denial. Maybe I should start spiking Jack's coffee with my hormone pills. He needs something to take the edge off and make him less bitchy. They always work for me. The smile I sported earlier came back in the form of a sly grin. My knees popped as I straightened and made my way down the quiet hallway toward the kitchen. Bright early morning rays of vibrant yellow danced across the remodeled countertops and floors. The sparkle from the sun reflected off the polished steel of the new appliances. A delayed flash of anger hit me as I thought about the hole in the bedroom wall. After months of dealing with hordes of crack-showing, tobacco-spitting, and stinky construction workers, they had finished and left us in peace 2 weeks ago. Now I would have to call the owner and make arrangements to have him send a worker back to patch and repaint the bedroom wall. No, not me, Jack. His temper tantrum. His dilemma to solve, not mine. I pushed aside the thought and followed my nose to the source of the smell of freshly brewed coffee. I had enough on my to-do list, and I wouldn't allow any more to weigh me down. I was barely able to breathe as it was. So much for my relaxing getaway with Regina this past weekend, which I had taken with the hopes of easing some of my stress. Another fun morning in the Dickinson household. Thank goodness for an automatic coffee maker. Monday, da-da-la-di-da. Coffee fixed and eyes focused, I decided to offer a flag of truce to my temperamental spouse. No sense in starting the week out on a sour note. He was stressed, too, with all the finals he had to grade. So I decided to cut him some slack. I carried 2 steaming mugs back down the hall toward the bedroom, Jack's with 2 sugars and mine black as coal. Thoughts of my mother's wedding day advice on marriage years ago made a quick lump form in my throat. While pretending to be having trouble with the clasp on my dress, she had spoken about the various duties of a wife and how a couple could weather numerous ups and downs over the years. The key to a long-lasting marriage, darling Melody, is communication. You can never stop the sharing of your innermost thoughts and dreams with each other. Communication is the water that nourishes the seed of love. Without it, your marriage will wither and die. I had responded with some gushy, naive comeback about how there was no way Jack and I would ever stop talking and sharing with each other. After all, we were in love. Our tastes for life were very similar. We both adored classic rock, Italian food, fast cars, dogs, and hours spent watching reruns of Star Trek and Monty Python. But our biggest 2 connectors, which were what brought us together in the first place, was a strong affinity for history and deep Christian faith. That first world civilizations course in college threw us together as study partners and led to our first date. The moment Jack held my hand in his during a walk across campus, I was hooked. The connection that traveled between the two of us was more than electric. It was cosmic. Back then, oh my God, it was almost 21 years ago. I couldn't breathe without Jack. My existence hung upon his every movement, every touch, and every caress. His deep voice would lull me into a state of bliss at night while we lay awake, planning our life after college, what career paths we would take, how we both wanted 2 children, a boy and a girl, named Jacqueline and Jordan, the type of house we would live in, the vehicles we would drive, the various places we would visit and make love in before parenthood arrived. Jack's eyes had mesmerized me with their liquid stare. Those beautiful sable orbs pulled me inside his soul, leaving me breathless. I had looked at him and become lost in a sea of blissful tranquility. His muscular arms had embraced me in a cocoon of warmth and provided quiet shelter from the world. Back then we couldn't get enough of each other. My, how times have changed. Somewhere, as we walked down the path of marriage together, we got separated. Our loving grip on each other yanked apart by unseen forces. The fork in the road appeared when, after more than 10 years of trying and thousands of dollars spent on fertility treatments, we realized that I would never be able to carry a child. We dealt with our grief alone, each trying to hide the pain from the other instead of working together to overcome our mutual sadness. Big mistake. Huge. Gargantuan. I went flying off in one direction and Jack ran in the other. Our late-night cuddling and cooing sessions began to stretch out to twice a week, then once a month, then maybe every 6 weeks. Now I couldn't even remember the last time we had held each other close and let the world around us disappear. 2, 3 months? We were like that old raunchy joke about how elderly couples engaged in sex by passing each other in the hall and yelling, "Screw you!" I approached the bedroom door and snorted at my mother's words still resounding in my head. Communication may be the key to a happy marriage. But what does one do when the signals are hopelessly crossed, when nothing remains but dead air? The magical sparks are long gone. Quick, someone get the paddles out and crank us back to life. Clear. Jack was still in the bathroom, so I set his mug by the door and walked back into the kitchen. I didn't have time to coddle him. I had to get ready for work and stop mulling over things I couldn't change, at least not with a simple cup of coffee. It was the end of the month, which meant I would be swamped while preparing the billing for over 600 clients. Oh, and experiencing the joy of fixing tons of data entry mistakes, just as I had been forced to do numerous times the last 9 months. I knew they would be there. Input by the newest assistant at my office, Serena Rowland. A young blonde with racehorse legs who wore skirts so short that the color of her underwear was damn near discernible to anyone within 20 feet of her. It made my stomach churn to see the way the male attorneys at the office ogled her, like she was the last meal before the executioner's noose or something. It was like watching a room full of Pavlov's dogs. The minute her heels clacked down the hall, they all began to salivate. Since the girl was the daughter of one of the firm's biggest clients and a personal friend of my boss, none of the drooling males had the balls to chase Serena around her desk. But oh, the mental gyrations they threw her direction. Not to mention, Serena's ridiculous attachment to the color pink made me want to scream. Her desk space looked like the bedroom of a teenage girl, complete with pink note cards, spotted pink pens, and even 2 photo frames with frilly pink lace. I tried, but couldn't recall a day since she'd started working at that office that she hadn't worn something pink. The entire female population at work hated Serena the minute her long, curvaceous limbs walked through the front door. Nothing like having cellulite on your butt, arms that jiggle, and a not-so-flat stomach to change your perception of youth. No woman, including me, wanted to be confronted on a daily basis with the fact that, gasp, her youthful tight rear and smooth abs had mysteriously been replaced by gelatinous goo. It irritated me even more because I couldn't blame motherhood for the changes to my body. It was simply due to age, stress, and countless hours spent glued to my chair at work, which made it even worse because it was my fault. If I really wanted to change my appearance, no magic pill or secret diet plan would do the trick. It would require hard work, tons of sweat and hours of reshaping my body. At my age, the thought of becoming a slave to my body again didn't interest me. It wasn't like it mattered anyway. Jack wasn't interested in me anymore. So what was my motivation? Alas, watching Serena prance around like a prized show horse in her not on any planet would this ever be appropriate office attire every day was like having someone screeching in my ears. Hey, you're old. Lost in thought about how I could cajole my boss Roger to fire Serena for her mountainous mistakes, I padded over on autopilot to the cabinet to grab a cupful of kibble to feed Simba, my surrogate child. My adorable 6-year-old mongrel had been dumped in our backyard 5 years ago. Poor thing was so starved she couldn't even whimper. Patches of her fur had been missing, almost like it had been torn out in chunks. Jack had chastised me for trying to rescue her, saying that she didn't stand a chance and the most humane thing I could do was have her put down. Like hell. The look I gave him that sunny morning outside had silenced his mutterings as I scooped the dying pile of flesh and sporadic fur up off the soft grass. It took 3 weeks of constant nursing and 2 very expensive trips to the veterinarian before Simba roared back to life. Simba's loving spirit, clumsy nature, and enormous tail that never stopped wagging filled some of the longing for a child that churned inside of me. The bond between dog and master was set in stone. I saved her, she saved me. We were even. I noticed a slight tremble in my hands when I scooped up Simba's breakfast. Guess my nerves were more frazzled than I thought. I wasn't doing myself any favors by getting all riled up about Miss Serena Shortskirt this early in the morning. I had other things to tend to. Yeah, that's it, Melody. Unleash all your inner angst from your crumbling marriage and sagging rear out in the form of the green-eyed monster, rather than confronting the problems with Jack head-on. Serena isn't the issue. Your relationship with Jack, or rather the lack of one, is the problem. I shook my head and willed myself to not think about my disintegrating marriage until after work. Maybe I would leave early and come home and fix Jack's favorite dinner, light a few candles, and serve the food in front of the fireplace. The finishing touches would be relaxing music, fine wine, and chocolate-covered strawberries for dessert. Set the mood and maybe open up the channels to start talking again, once our minds were plied with food and alcohol. Wow, how cliché, Melody. Yep. Life's troubles can be solved over a fancy dinner and some booze. Right. When did your life become a commercial? You already know what the problem is. You two need to get your butts back in church. And you need to open up to Jack. Tell him the secret. It's eating you alive, and now it seems it is munching away on your marriage. We need a good heart-to-heart talk. Maybe an overnight stay at Lake Catherine, like we used to do. God, how long had it been since we've camped out? I could get him to dig in the garage and find our camping equipment. Simba's breakfast retrieved, I was in full stress mode about the upcoming hectic day and what salve I could use to soothe my irritated husband and repair our relationship. At first, I didn't notice Simba wasn't in the kitchen. Normally, she performed a morning ritual of circles and jumps in eager anticipation for her breakfast. "Simba, here, girl, come eat." A twinge of worry hit my gut when no response came. I started down the stairs to the lower level of the house, thinking maybe she had closed herself in the laundry room again. Silly girl had done it twice before, and what a mess it had been to clean after a night with a bursting bladder. My foot made contact with the second-to-last step, and Simba's hairy body bolted around the corner, colliding with mine. Somehow I was able to stay on my feet, but Simba's bowl of food tumbled down the remaining stairs. The small round bites shot out in every direction. "Well, good morning to you, too. Looks like you will get a bit of exercise while you eat, chasing all your food around." Simba's black tail thumped the hardwood in response as she dropped something from her mouth and began to chomp on the kibble. "What you got there, girl?" I bent down to pick up a pair of underwear. Simba had developed a taste for underwear, socks, and T-shirts in her youth. I groaned, thinking I must have left the clothes hamper on the floor of the laundry room again, which meant I was about to stumble upon a shredded mess of clothing. I walked over to the laundry room door and eased my hand inside, grazing the wall until I felt the light switch. I was surprised to be greeted by a clean and tidy room, which is how I remembered leaving it. The clothes basket sat on top of the dryer, full of only the clean blue jeans I had folded last night. Wonder where Simba found my underwear. It's not like I dropped them for Jack during a heated session of lovemaking. I flicked off the light and shut the door. I would find out when I got home later where Simba confiscated my undies from before she ingested more. That would end up costing... Wait, these are silk. Upon closer inspection, my heart skipped a beat. I caught a whiff of a familiar scent of perfume but couldn't quite place it. Chanel? Obsession? I walked over and held the underwear in front of the window, examining them under the morning light. They weren't even close to what I would consider wearing. Perhaps they weren't even panties, because the minuscule swatch of sheer material was barely enough to cover 3 inches of skin and maybe 4 pubic hairs at best. Confused, I stared at Simba while she happily crunched on the remaining nuggets of her breakfast. She'd been inside all night, so where did she get them from? "Hey, girl. Good girl. Here, you want these back?" I cooed, squatting down to her level and dangling the chewed-up panties in front of her. Come here, show Mommy where you found these, huh?" Simba ignored me and continued to scurry after the bits of food. I stood up and glanced around the room Jack and I called the media room, which was nothing more than a couch and big-screen television. The downstairs only consisted of the laundry room with an attached bathroom, media room, and the small room next to the stairs Jack used as his office. My heart pounded faster as I scanned the open area for any signs of clothing and found none. A knot formed in my stomach as the sensation of something wrong took control. Hard, tight, and pounding. The pressure pushed a wicked thought up to my brain. I will find the answer in Jack's office. I spun around and darted down the hallway, then stopped. Jack was a stickler about keeping his door shut. He didn't want Simba or me messing up his workspace or nosing around the neatly stacked piles of papers that he graded or the lesson plans he worked on for his honors history class. I winced when I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I peeked in and saw the mess inside, and blood whooshed in my ears at the thought of Jack's reaction. He was going to flip when he saw the after effects of Simba's night of fun. Oh well, he should have made sure the door was locked before he went to bed last night. I pushed the door all the way open and scanned the room. My eyes settled on the briefcase and Jack's travel bag amongst the shredded papers, useless pillows, and one computer chair leg Simba must have chewed off. The black leather bag sat open in the middle of the floor, the edges gnawed and Jack's work papers covered in dried slobber and teeth marks. I almost laughed. And then I spotted another pair of panties on the floor next to it. I bent down and picked up the silken material, unearthing a small scrap of paper embedded inside them. It looked like a receipt from a hotel. My hands shook when I brought it closer to my face. The $500 receipt for a one-night stay in room 510 was from the Duchess, an overpriced hotel downtown that I had never stayed in, nor had Jack, at least to my knowledge. The receipt was dated for last Friday night, when he was supposedly attending a 2-day conference for work. But the thing that really caught my attention was the faint smell of a familiar feminine perfume. I recognized that scent. Chanel. That's the fragrance Serena wears. Wait a minute. On Friday, Serena called my cell and told me she was sick and wouldn't be in, and I had to call that temp to cover her absence. Could it be? No way. A small vibration caused me to nearly jump out of my skin. It was the buzz of a cell phone on vibrate. That made no sense because Jack's was upstairs on the charger right next to mine. He had another one? I groped around in the zippered pocket, and sure enough, there it was. One of those cheap disposable phones you pay cash for each month. I flipped it open and read the first unviewed text that had a picture attached from S.R. Do me again, baby. I want you now. Friday and Saturday rocked. Meet me at lunch Monday. Your wife will be busy. Got some new panties since you ripped my others. The crotch shot of a woman popped up. A woman with long tan legs, wearing hot pink underwear that looked exactly like the ones in Jack's briefcase and Simba's mouth. I pushed the back button and my stomach churned. I recognized the number the text was from. I had seen it numerous times because she called at least twice a week with some inane excuse for being late. I pushed my glasses up and brought the receipt closer. I almost fainted when I saw the name. Serena Rowland. It took a full minute for me to regain control of my faculties. Sorrow and anger fought for control of my mind. A wave of dizziness threatened to knock me off my feet, so I braced myself against the doorframe for support. After all these years, all the love we shared, how could Jack betray me like this? Worse yet, the betrayal sealed with a bony-ass, dingy blonde who worked at my office. A flashback to last year's Christmas party clouded my vision. I recalled the look on Jack's face as he tried to keep his jaw from dropping when a tipsy Serena sauntered over and introduced herself in her skin-tight hot pink dress. I remembered the pang of jealousy that poked in my gut, but had dismissed it as nothing. Hell, all men looked at her like that. So why would my all-American red-blooded husband be any different? Because he was my husband. Memories of our nights together, holding tightly onto each other for comfort at yet another disappointing attempt to conceive, almost made me cry. My heart was shattered. Visions of Jack in the arms of another woman made me clutch my chest in physical pain. Was Serena the first? Oh, God, what if she wasn't? I glanced back down at the phone in my hands. Her text seemed to magically remove the blinders I didn't realize I had been wearing from my eyes. The last 6 months of Jack's moodiness and complete and utter lack of interest in me sexually made sense. Guess he doesn't need hormone pills after all. No, I wouldn't succumb to the tears that threatened to burst out of me, not today. Later, I knew they would come, and the deluge would drown me. I stuffed them deep inside and let my anger take full control of my mind. Decision made as to which emotion would win at the moment, I found my voice. I stepped out of Jack's office and walked to the bottom of the stairs. Simba had just finished her last morsel and waited patiently by the back door to go outside and do her business. I ignored her. Hopefully, if the urge to relieve her bowels hit, she would do so on the briefcase. Maybe throw up her kibble, too. That would be a nice touch, since it was what I wanted to do. Oh, honey, could you come down here? Seems Simba made a bit of a mess in your office last night. Looks like you'll need a new travel bag and briefcase, too. Unless you want to keep ones covered in teeth marks. I heard Jack grumble, his footsteps heavy above my head as he moved down the hall. An evil grin pulled my lips tight as I wondered if he felt even the briefest sense of panic, knowing I was in his office. Was his mind trying to recall if he had locked his briefcase and emptied his bag? Were the wheels spinning off their tracks, wondering if his little secret was exposed? The door frame was strong, the wood smooth against my skin. I leaned against it and waited for the war of words. Communication was about to commence. Oh yes, lots of communication. One-sided communication. I didn't plan on giving Jack a chance to say much. My fingers were wound so tightly around the little piece of black plastic that my knuckles were bone white. The minute I showed the undeniable, incriminating evidence to Jack, I planned on doing the exact same thing to it as he did to the alarm clock this morning. Well, with one minor difference. I didn't plan on throwing it at the wall. Chapter 3, Monday, mid-morning. My usual 35-minute drive to work on I-30 took me less than 15. It helped I was running late and missed the morning traffic that turned the 3-lane freeway into a congestion of vehicles. Although it wasn't even 9 yet, the heat already shimmered across the blacktop, an indicator it was going to be another sweltering summer day. Just what I needed, a hot, humid Arkansas afternoon to help fuel my fury. With my foot planted on the pedal, I zoomed in and out of traffic, greeted by honking horns and the extension of several middle fingers from irritated drivers I blew past. I pushed my Camaro past 90 a few times. How I didn't get pulled over for speeding was beyond me. I shoved my car into park and exited it in an annoyed huff. My heels clattered on the concrete in the parking deck as I stomped toward the elevators. Still on an emotionally charged high from my confrontation with Jack, I planned on using the boiling anger to rid myself of another huge thorn in my side, Serena. Before I left the house, Jack had been forewarned not to attempt to contact the little blonde hussy and inform her that I knew about their unholy trysts. I told him that if he did, he would regret it. He'd already betrayed me enough. He owed me the chance to confront her face to face, catch her off guard and speak my piece. I had solidified my threat to him with a well-placed throw of the cell phone, smacking it against his cheek. I was confident the neighbors had heard me scream, that if he warned her, the next body part that would feel pain would be his crotch. The expression on the face of our elderly and extremely nosy neighbor, Miss Preston, had been photo-worthy. She had been standing in her front yard watering her gardenias and heard my last harsh words flung at Jack. I doubted thoughts of providing water to her plants were on her mind after the early morning show she witnessed. Disturbing thoughts muddled my brain as I walked through the quiet parking deck. While driving, I had waffled back and forth about whether or not I would end our 20-year marriage. Could I forgive him? Should I forgive him? If this would have happened earlier in my marriage, when my faith was stronger, I would have turned to God for strength, support, and wisdom. But that line had long been disconnected after years of my tearful pleadings for a child went unanswered. I hadn't stepped foot inside a church in 2 years and quit sending up prayers over a year and a half ago. Why bother? God had more important issues to work on and had left me to navigate the tumultuous seas of life alone. So, as with all the other sorrows life had thrown my way, I would deal with this one by myself. Would I ever be able to look at Jack the same way? I certainly wouldn't be able to trust him, but was our love strong enough that he would be willing to try and regain it? Had he used a condom? What if he hadn't and he contracted some venereal disease and passed it along to me? I made a mental note to make an appointment with my doctor for a full checkup. Jack had sworn that the affair only started 3 months ago, and that the mess with Serena was the only time he ever strayed. But was that the truth? I solidified my decision to end our marriage when I thought back to the last time we made love. It had been a few months ago, after a long day of meetings with the designer and contractor whom we had just hired to renovate our house. I had been standing in the room that was set aside for a nursery, tears running down my face, knowing I would never step foot inside the dainty space as a mother. Jack's way of offering comfort was to lead me to our bedroom. If he was telling me the truth about the time frame of the affair, then it began right around that time. How could he have been so loving, so comforting, so concerned about me, then rush right into Serena's bed? Fresh pain ripped at my chest as dueling images of our sweet lovemaking fought for control over the concocted one in my head of Jack and Serena going at it. No, I couldn't do it. Couldn't rest beside Jack at night knowing he opted to find his own solace with another woman when we needed each other the most, when I needed him the most. How could I ever wipe the thoughts away? They would haunt me every waking moment, maybe invade my dreams. Over the years, I had watched too many of my friends go through this nightmare, held them while they wept, hearts ripped apart. So many strong women turned into empty shells, nothing but former husks of themselves. Some went crazy and spent every penny they could scrape together on invasive surgeries, expensive cosmetics, or extreme weight loss methods. All sad, vain attempts to regain their youth through modern technological advances. The thought process seemed to be that if they could somehow turn back the clock, love would find them once again. Others found comfort in the arms of a younger lover, which just made them look like fools. Who knows? I might end up following the trend and doing the same. Silly things to bandage my wounded heart. I wasn't able to think that far ahead at the moment. I punched the third-floor button with enough gusto that my nail snapped down to the quick. My foul-mouthed response reverberated off the metal walls of the elevator, thankfully heard only by my own ears. I always tried to refrain from swearing. My mother thought it wasn't very ladylike, but there were days when the F-bomb seemed, well, appropriate. Today was one of them. While I fumbled around in my purse with my other hand to retrieve a napkin and stop the blood from dripping all over my pants, the shoulder strap on my bag snapped. The contents made a huge racket as they skittered across the tile floor. A lump of hot tears lodged in my throat, my stress level in the stratosphere. Jaw clenched, I shoved the pain down deeper. Can't lose it now. Maintain, Melody. Just get through the day. I scrambled to pick up all the pieces, wincing when I heard the ding of the elevator as the door slid open. "Good morning, Melody. Oh, it looks like you could use some help." I glanced up in mid-swipe, no smile on my face as I looked at the concerned countenance of my boss, Roger Stanek. Dandy, now he knows that I'm late. This Monday is one for the record book. Worst day ever. I grabbed the last few items and stuffed them inside my bag before he had a chance to help. The heat of anger and embarrassment crept into my cheeks. No, but thank you, Mr. Stanek. Sorry I'm late. Busy morning and, as you can see, it's a Monday, complete with a bleeding finger, traffic, and a ruined purse. I stepped out of the elevator and into the main lobby of Stanek, Overton and Smith, my home away from home for the last 10 years. Something felt odd, out of place. The air was thick with tension. Oh my God! Does the office know? Has Jack already called and warned Serena? Lord, she probably has been bragging to others behind my back. Don't worry about the time, Melody. It's understandable, considering things. Oh, you are bleeding. Sarah, Mr. Stanek called to the receptionist. Do you have any tissues or a bandage? I think I have some in here somewhere, Sarah replied, her voice thick and distant as she rifled through her desk. I didn't want to stand there and be the subject of pity. Mr. Stanek and Sarah both looked more distressed than a bleeding finger called for. I'm fine, sir, really. I'll just freshen up a bit and then get right to work. I'll make up the time at lunch, if that is acceptable. Mr. Stanek cleared his throat, his dark brown eyes not missing a thing. I knew he saw right through my facade, but he didn't verbalize his perceptions. He nodded in silent agreement and turned on his heels. Sarah stood up and handed me a bandage, her hand shaking. Here, Miss Dickinson. Sorry it's old. There might be some more in the kitchen. Want me to go look? No, I'm fine. This will do. Thank you, Sarah. Oh, Melody, my boss called. Once you bandage your finger, please stop by my office. There are some pressing issues this morning that need tending to, as I'm sure you are aware. Though I tried to fight to keep control, my body began to tremble. My plan to storm into work, demand with righteous indignation the ultimatum of it's either Serena or me, took a nosedive. Obviously, Mr. Stanek already knew that my husband was banging her and wanted to diffuse what he rightfully assumed would be a volatile situation once she arrived at work. Controlling my breath, I summoned my voice. Yes, sir, I'll be there shortly. Mr. Stanek turned the corner and disappeared down the long corridor toward his office. I let out my breath and offered a feeble grin to Sarah as I moved in the opposite direction toward the restroom. Mrs. Dickinson, I just wanted to say how sorry I am about this. I can't imagine how you must be feeling, working so closely with Serena and all. The shame and embarrassment I felt a mere second before vanished with Sarah's words, replaced with anger and indignation. My heart thumped faster, pounding my blood through my veins. If I didn't walk away right now, I feared I would have a heart attack or stroke, or worse, unleash my sharp tongue on poor Sarah. She was a sweet, quiet girl who didn't deserve to bear the brunt of my anger. I decided not to respond with anything other than a nod of agreement and practically ran down the hall to the bathroom. Inside, I slammed the stall door and plopped down on the cool seat. It took all my intestinal strength to keep the sobs of sorrow in check. I couldn't very well have a full crying jag, then go talk to Mr. Stanek. Or worse yet, let the other employees see me falling apart. Most importantly, I wouldn't give Serena the satisfaction of seeing how much pain she had caused me. Nope, no way. Histrionics would be reserved for later, maybe over several bottles of wine at Regina's house tonight. Although she didn't know about what happened yet, or my intention of staying with her for a few days until Jack could move his stuff out of the house, it didn't matter. Once I told her, I knew she would be there for me, just as I was for her 3 years ago when her marriage ended, for the very same reason. The sympathy I had for her when she walked that valley now morphed over to empathy. I dabbed my bleeding finger with toilet paper, then opened the door and went to the sink. The cold water felt so good that I grabbed a few towels and wet them, pressing them around my burning neck. Buck up, Melody. You can't walk in and start demanding your way while blubbering about this like some silly teenager. It happened. Now you need to take care of yourself. You need this job if you end up going through with a divorce. Be firm but calm. Breathe. Finger bandaged and composure back, I grabbed my purse and held my head high as I walked out into the hallway. I nodded my head to several coworkers as I passed by and sensed their stares bearing into my back. The hallway seemed to be 2 miles long. My heart skipped 3 beats when I knocked on Roger's door. Come. This is it, Melody. Stay strong. Focus. My mind may have been ready for this, but my body wasn't. My hands shook as I opened the door and walked in, my palms wet with sweat. Good morning again, sir. May I said, nodding my head at the chair in front of his desk. Of course. Coffee? He rose from behind his oak desk and walked over to his credenza. One of his favorite material possessions was his single-cup coffee maker. He drank enough coffee throughout the day to keep a dozen people awake for days. When he bought the machine 2 years ago, I'd been thrilled, since it had kept me from making numerous trips to and from the kitchen to bring him refills. I eased into the leather chair, grateful for the coolness against my damp shirt. Once settled, I answered, No, thank you, my nerves are already on edge today, sir. Yes, the entire office is suffering from that malady today, I believe. Heat spread up my neck. This isn't going to be easy. God, where do I begin? I waited until he walked back to his desk and sat down. Mr. Stanek, I know this is, well, an extremely difficult topic to broach, I stuttered. He interrupted, his voice firm yet quiet. Melody, there is no need for stuffy office protocol, especially not today. You've been here over, 10 years? Yes, sir, August 15th will be 11, I agreed, unsure what he meant. Was he going to fire me for this? That really would send this day to the top of the worst day ever pile. 11 years and countless requests to call me Roger, and yet you still hold on to old Southern traditions long since past. Though appreciated, I believe it's time to move on to just Roger. My nerves settled a bit and my hackles recessed. Roger Stanek may have been one of the best damn criminal defense attorneys in all of Central Arkansas, a proverbial shark in the courtroom. But it was all a carefully acted persona. I knew within the first year of working for him that underneath all the bravado and pompous attitude beat the heart of a kind man. Thank you, sir. Roger. Okay, well, since you brought it up, I believe that in the almost 11 years I have been employed here, I don't think I would be overstepping my bounds by saying that you have considered me a valuable employee, correct? Roger's dark brown eyes didn't flinch, but I saw a fleeting, questioning look behind them. Invaluable. You aren't just an employee, Melody. You're the firm's right hand, my right hand. You know how much I rely upon you to keep the ship sailing straight, so to speak. Confidence growing, I let a small smile appear. Thank you. I hope you keep that perception of me at the forefront of your mind when I tell you why I am late this morning, and then ask you for a really big favor. Huge, in fact, but one duly justified, I believe. It took all my strength to keep my eyes focused on his. The quizzical look on his face surprised me. Surely he knew what I was about to ask. He leaned back in his seat and began chewing on the inside of his cheek, a habit I didn't think he was aware he had when his internal wheels were rolling a dilemma around. What exactly is on your mind, Melody? Here goes nothing. I cleared my throat and forced my hands to remain in my lap. Gaze steady, I began. There is no delicate way to broach the subject, so I'll just be blunt and try not to delve too deeply into the sordid details. Bottom line is that I need to request 3 things from you. Roger nodded for me to continue, the gnawing of his cheek increasing in intensity. One was to know that I am a valuable long-term employee, which you graciously already confirmed. 2, since we don't handle domestic relation cases here, your recommendation for the best divorce attorney around. And 3, that you fire Serena Rowland. There, I said it. It may have been ugly, but it was short, sweet, and oh so to the point. I was expecting all sorts of responses, but not the one that Roger gave. His face paled, the look of astonishment almost comical if we had been discussing any subject besides the demise of my marriage. He struggled to formulate a reply. His poor cheek was probably bleeding at this point. I'd never seen him like this before. Had I overstepped the bounds of employee-employer relationships with this request? Oh, God, please don't let him fire me. Roger rose from the chair and walked around the desk, then leaned against it. The look, his demeanor, the air about him, it was all wrong. He didn't seem angry, upset, or irritated by my requests, although it made no sense at all. The feeling I sensed from him was deep sadness. Melody, before I ask you anything else, kindly expound on your reasons as to why you want me to fire Serena. Flat, no emotion, just a plain and simple question, delivered in a quiet monotone. Something isn't right here. I thought he already knew. Why is he acting like I just told him I'm really a man or something? And if he already knows, why in the hell does he want the details? Heart pounding, I swallowed my fear and let my anger loose. Well, to be quite honest, Roger, I don't think I can work alongside the woman who has been having an affair with my husband. And I don't understand this. I assumed from our earlier conversation you already knew, that the entire office knew. Isn't that why everyone is acting so, well, odd? I don't think it was possible for Roger's face to become any paler. I was wrong. He looked like he'd just seen a ghost. He let out a heavy sigh, moved to the chair next to me, and sat down. Melody, when and how did you find out? He asked, his voice low, his worried eyes never leaving my own. My heart began pounding faster, my mind racing to sort this out. Why did he care about the particulars? I mean, he would either fire Serena or not. My anger was reaching a boiling point. If he wasn't going to stand by me, he needed to just say so. I don't see where that has any relevance, but this morning, as we were getting ready for work. Did he tell you about the affair? What man tells his wife he's been cheating on her without prompting? Of course not, I said, aggravated. I stood and began pacing around Roger's office. My frustration couldn't be contained in a seat any longer. Actually, my dog found the evidence that I confronted him with. He couldn't deny the truth when I shoved this in his face, along with revealing texts and pictures. I pulled the wadded receipt out of my pocket and handed it to Roger. His eyes widened. Melody, you need to sit down. Now, please. Anger dangerously close to spewing out, I stood firm and growled, I can't, Roger. I'm about to blow my top. The only thing that will calm me down at the moment is to hear from you that I have your support in this. I can't. No, I won't work with her. I realize I'm asking a lot since her father. Please, Melody. I understand you are upset, but take my advice and sit down. Roger insisted, his tone that of someone speaking to a small child. Please? Fine, I shot back. Oh, God. You don't know, do you? Know what? You obviously haven't listened or read any news coverage in the last 2 days, have you? What difference could that possibly make? No, I was at the lake all weekend at a spa with a girlfriend. Got back home late last night. Then I was occupied with other, more pressing issues than watching the news. Why? Roger swallowed hard a few times and cleared his throat. His eyes were full of pain when he said, Melody, I can't fire Serena because Well, she's dead. I understood now why Roger had insisted I sit down. Had I been standing up, my legs would have buckled and I would have collapsed in the middle of his floor. I felt dizzy, lightheaded. A wave of nausea caused my mouth to fill with hot saliva, and I forced myself to swallow without gagging. Good, she deserved it, I thought, but then was overcome with shame and guilt for thinking such a thing. Yes, I was hurt, angry, and furious. I'd had visions on my way to work of slapping the fire out of Serena, which of course I would never in fact do. But death? No way. I couldn't even stand to squish a bug under my shoe, much less think about hurting someone. I would never wish death on anyone, not even my husband's mistress. Truth be told, it wasn't really Serena I was angry at. Well, at least not all of my rage was directed at her. After all, it wasn't like we were friends or anything. We were just co-workers, strangers thrown together 8 hours a day with no bonds of friendship attached. I was just another over-the-hill office mate to her. My connection to her was that of a supervisor who often pointed out her mistakes. We didn't hang out together after work. We didn't share any common ground, well, except for Jack. We had never gone to lunch together or shared personal stories with each other in the break room. There was no commonality between the two of us. Hell, she was almost young enough to be my daughter. It dawned on me then that her death was the reason the office was acting funny. Heat raced up my chest to my cheeks again. How could I have been so stupid as to conclude that the entire firm knew about Jack and Serena's affair? No wonder Sarah had been on the verge of tears earlier. And poor Roger! He had probably wanted to discuss what implications Serena's death would have on the firm. Her father, Philip Rowland, was our only client on retainer and one of the wealthiest men in Arkansas. Roger's bread and butter, so to speak. Roger probably called me into his office to talk about making arrangements for flowers, maybe sending some food to the Rowland residence. Maybe he was worried Serena's death would cause Mr. Rowland to seek legal counsel elsewhere, since visiting our office would just be another reminder that his daughter was gone. No wonder he looked so shocked and perplexed when I demanded he fire her. He was thinking I was the world's most callous person. Serena had driven her brand-new sleek black Corvette like she was an Indy car driver. Just last week, she had been ticketed for going 85 in a 60-miles-per-hour zone. I only knew that because I had overheard her whining to Roger, begging him to make it go away so she didn't lose her license again. The jealous monster reared its ugly head as a fleeting thought of Jack riding shotgun with her made me cringe. If she died in an accident, I thank God that Jack hadn't been with her in the car. Dealing with his infidelity was difficult enough. The thought of burying him made my head spin. Roger, I don't know what to say. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Honestly, I didn't know she passed. And here I was, blabbering like a fool about her and Jack. What happened to her? Car accident? Roger wasn't looking at me. His focus was on the receipt from the Duchess still clutched in his hand. His throat muscles clenched, his jaw set in stone. Worry furrowed his brow. I'd seen it numerous times before over the years when he was working on a rather difficult case. The room was silent except for the distant sounds of the phones ringing on the other side of his closed door and the pounding of my heart. I waited for his response, the tension in the room rising exponentially. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood up, driven by some strange instinct, the fear instinct, brought on by a heavy rush of adrenaline. Why won't he look at me? No, Melody, it wasn't a car accident. Serena was murdered. What? When? How? Oh, my God! My body went limp in the chair, as if all my bones had disappeared. Roger's eyes pulled away from the receipt and looked at me. I read behind them, and the room began to spin. Someone beat her, then strangled her with a pair of underwear. Her body was discovered late Saturday night. I'm sorry to be the one telling you this. Well, I assumed you heard already. But this changes everything." My heart was beating so fast that I could hardly breathe. Roger continued to talk, but his voice seemed muffled, his words distant and indiscernible to my ringing ears. My brain tried to comprehend all the information it had been overloaded with during the last 3 hours. Jack and Serena, the hotel receipt, pink silk underwear, the picture sent to Jack in a text, his tear-filled admission earlier to his transgressions, his voice cracking as he begged me to stay and talk things through, crying as he spouted how much he loved me while whimpering for forgiveness, promising me he wouldn't see her again. The look on Roger's face when he stared at the flimsy piece of paper in his hand. No, please God, no, it can't be. Where? I eked out. "Are you asking me where Serena was found?" Roger clarified, his voice audible now. I nodded, the tears already spilling down my cheeks. My gut had given me the answer, one I surely didn't want to hear. I knew Roger's response would be no different. Roger reached out and put his hand on my shoulder, his touch soft. "She was found in her hotel room at the Duchess, Melody, room." His hand fell away as I jumped out of my seat, my bones, back, and legs on autopilot. No, 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 don't say anything more. This can't be happening, I yelled, my voice breaking as I tried to control my tears. Jack wouldn't, he couldn't. Roger stood up to follow me, but paused in mid-stride when his desk phone buzzed. He reached across the table and snatched it up. "Sarah, I told you to hold all calls." "What? Already? Okay, just tell them to have a seat and I'll be out in a few. Is Overton in yet?" Good, good. Yes, please tell him to keep them occupied until I come out. Thank you." He replaced the phone and walked over to where I stood by the window. I heard him come up behind me but couldn't bear to turn around and face him. If I just closed my eyes and kept them shut, I would wake up from this nightmare. The living hell that I was trapped in. It would go away if I willed myself awake. "Melody, the police are here to begin questioning the employees about Serena and gather evidence from her workspace. That's what I wanted to talk to you about earlier. The fact that they were coming and to ask for your help to coordinate the employee interviews. I had no idea about Jack. You do realize now that..." He never had a chance to finish his thoughts. They were interrupted by my cell phone, which I had forgotten to silence. Jack's personal ringtone, "Always on My Mind" by Willie Nelson, blared from the confines of my bag. I turned and stared at my purse like it was on fire. Dueling emotions kept me frozen in place, my nerves unsure which signal they should follow. Was Jack calling to apologize again? Doubtful. If that were the case, he would have done so already, blowing up my phone with calls and texts until I answered. But he hadn't. Not a peep since I left him at the front door. His last words, "Mel, please," barely heard over my angry shouts. The only logical conclusion was that he had heard about Serena and lost his marbles, assuming that I would think he was involved. Or worse, he was calling to tell me he was. After all, he knew where and for whom I worked. My body was numb. I didn't recall walking over to fetch my phone, but I must have, since it was now in my hand. On autopilot, I answered and held it up to my ear. "Jack?" "Oh, God, Mel. Oh, God. I didn't do it. I swear to the Lord Almighty above, I didn't. Please, please tell me you believe me. You know me, Mel." Jack's sobs of despair screeched across the airwaves. Though I heard the words, They seemed foreign, like he was speaking in another language I didn't comprehend. I tried to focus, tried to respond, but found it difficult to remember how to talk. "Mel, are you there? Mel, please, answer me. Are you at work?" "Uh-huh," I heard myself mutter. The room began to change colors. The vibrant hues morphed into dingy gray tones. The obnoxious oriental rug under my feet, the power mahogany on the walls, my orange bag, all were now one mishmash of solid drabness. Jack's voice grew fainter, like he was miles away, the sounds muffled by the loud thrumming in my head. The last thing I heard clearly was a heavy sigh, and then a strange request. "Mel, I need to talk to Roger, right now. Hurry, they're coming up the front steps." Like an obedient child, I held the phone out to Roger and watched as the grayness around me turned to black, welcoming the enveloping shroud of darkness. Chapter 4, Monday, mid-morning. Sinking to the bottom of a blessed abyss. Save me? Oh, it's too late. Sensation is all I know. The crushing weight. The water bears down, thus sealing my fate. The poem from my youth played over and over in my head, the morbid phrases accompanied by a strange gurgling sound. Where I had read it or who wrote it escaped me, but it didn't matter. The words brought a sense of comfort, peace. They filled my thoughts, and I felt nothing but detachment. Nothing mattered. Everything was just dark, simple, and pain-free. Sheltered in a cocoon of weightlessness, I floated. Time didn't exist, nor did I have any sensation of the passage of it. The sound of organ music began to play haunting chords, stirring memories of my Mima's funeral. My mother weeping at the open casket, her hair disheveled from her racking grief. My stoic papa holding her as she wept for her mother, while he kept his own tears locked inside his heart. Me, a terrified 6-year-old with my head buried behind my dad's arm, unwilling and unable to watch my mother and papa in such pain. The pastor's words that I didn't understand the meaning behind, though everyone else in the pews nodded their heads in agreement, punctuated with an occasional amen or praise Jesus. The dark casket, the shiny metal handles glistening in the sun as it was lowered into the ground by faceless men. No more organ music now, only the off-key voices of the graveside mourners as the final goodbyes to Ethel May House were sung under a green tent at the cemetery. The endless parade of people who walked past our plastic chairs lined up in front of the gaping hole in the ground. Their hushed murmurs of sympathy. All gone now, silence. No music, no voices, no crying. I stood at the edge of the grave and stared down at the freshly packed dirt and the wilted flowers that rested atop of the mound, their scent no longer fresh. Mima was gone, buried under piles of filthy soil locked away unmoving from my grasp. My heart ached for her to comb my hair one more time. Just one more pie baked together. One more laughter-filled day on her front porch shelling peas. My soul cried out for one more hug and gentle kiss from her sweet lips. I felt the hot tears cascade down my face and watched them form a puddle of mud at my feet. I hear myself cry, "Mima, I miss you. I need you." "Then come to me, child. Come down here. You can rest with me. No one will bother you down here. All the pain will end," whispered Mima's voice. But it was all wrong. Brooding, heavy, gravelly. Icy fear raced through me, but I was unable to move away from her final resting place. The ground quivered, and my eyes watched in frozen horror as the dirt began to separate. Gnarled, bony fingers protruded, beckoning me. Light glinted off the wedding ring that I recognized as the one Meemaw wore. "No, no, no!" I screamed. "Miss Dickinson, it's okay. Shh, breathe. In, out, that's it. Now sit still and give yourself a chance to fully wake up before you try to move." A raging headache throbbed in my temples. The horrific visions from my dreams still clung to me, and I felt a shudder of fear amble down my back. God, I hadn't had a nightmare about my Meemaw in years. The last round of troubling sleep had been 3 years ago, when the genetic counselor told us that there was nothing more we could do and that it was time to consider other options to become parents. Wait until I tell Jack about this dream. This one was the most frightening yet. I could smell the decay. Oh, Jesus. Maybe Jack will be able to help me figure out why. Wait. Was that Sarah talking to me? How? I'm still at home in bed. I blinked twice and shook the dream-spun cobwebs from my head. Sure enough, Sarah was leaning over me, her hand holding something wet and cold. A washcloth? To my forehead. Everything looked out of place, skewed. I realized that was because of my viewpoint. I was looking up from the floor, the surroundings all wrong. "Sarah, what happened? What are you doing at my house?" "Miss Dickinson, you fainted in Mr. Stannick's office a few minutes ago," Sarah said. She was trying to keep her voice lighthearted, but it wasn't working. Full clarity hit me hard. I flicked Sarah's hand away and scrambled to my feet. On wobbly legs, I spun around, searching. My conversation with Roger slammed into my head, the enormity of the situation just beginning to take shape. "Where's Roger? I need to talk to him, and my phone. Sarah, please help me find my phone." "Miss Dickinson, please sit back down. Here," Sarah said, reaching out her cool fingers. She grabbed my elbow and tried to guide me to the chair in front of Roger's desk. I jerked away from her, spotting my cell phone. I snatched it up and headed for the door. "Where's Roger?" I asked again. Sarah didn't have to answer. Roger burst through the door at that very moment and motioned for Sarah to exit. "Thanks, Sarah. Please go to the kitchen. They are ready for your statement." Sarah scurried away without another glance in my direction. Roger was in full legal mode, his words clipped and tone forceful. He slid the lock into place on the door and ambled over to his desk. "Melody, please sit. We have a lot to discuss in a very short time. I can't have you fainting again." I was too overwhelmed to argue. "Listen closely and do exactly as I say. Can you do that?" A nod of my head was all I could muster. "Good. First off, your husband has been arrested and will most likely be formally charged with Serena's murder. I told him not to say a word and wait until legal counsel arrives. He asked me to represent him, but as you and I both know, I cannot. Don't worry, though, I've called Bertrand Lafont. He's on his way to the PD right now." Bertrand Lafont was the only other criminal defense attorney in the state who could be considered an equal to Roger. He took on the cases Roger refused to touch for personal, moral reasons. Big, high-profile cases of the worst of the worst. The dregs of society, accused of committing horrible atrocities that were so vile, even a horror writer wouldn't touch them. If Roger had called Bertrand in, then things were bad. Really bad. Worst-case scenario bad. Numbed from shock, I tried to concentrate on Roger's voice and not slip away into the dark recesses of my mind. "Secondly, a CSI team is at your house right now. It will be hours, if not an entire day, that they are there, which means you can't go home." Poor Simba, she hated strangers, especially men. She would be petrified of the intrusion of so many people inside her domain. She'd probably messed herself. Worry for her safety allowed me to find my voice. "My dog, I need to get Simba." Roger's eyes softened. the creases along his brow easing. "Your dog is fine, Melody. Jack put her out back before he opened the door. And I spoke with the lead investigator. He agreed to let a family member or friend retrieve the dog. So you will need to call someone to do so." "Why can't I?" "Melody, you aren't thinking straight, which is understandable. If you show up there, you will be the next one to be interrogated. Detective Knowles is leading this investigation, and you know how gruff he is. You think you could handle that right now?" My throat clenched shut, and I tightened my grip on my cell phone at the mention of Detective Knowles. To say he was intimidating was an understatement. Over the years, we had dealt with him on numerous cases where he was the lead detective. Several times I had accompanied Roger to court and watched the two strong-willed men butt heads. Roger was a beast when cross-examining someone and could usually find a chink in the armor of the witness, but he never had any luck cracking Detective Knowles on the stand. A shudder of fear at being on the other side of the investigative table from him hit me. On a good day, he would intimidate me. Today, he would annihilate me. "No," I croaked from my parched lips. This leads me up to the third point. You can't go home for a few days. The investigators who are out there searching through Serena's workstation aren't aware you're back here. I plan on keeping it that way. You need to lay low for a few days. Have a private breakdown, then gather your wits back. I can stall Knowles for 3 or 4 days, but eventually you will be called in for questioning. I've already spoken with Kent Hall, and he has agreed to represent you when and if the time comes." The flip-flops my stomach was doing caused me to let go of my cell phone and grip the arms of the chair for support. This isn't happening. Please, God, let me wake up. The press is going to be relentless. No one, and I do mean no one, from crib mates at the daycare center you attended to the guy who served you coffee last week at Yo Mama's Cafe, will be immune. Every person you and Jack had any contact with has the potential to be approached for a blurb. Do not answer your phone unless I call you. Same goes for your email. Don't even open it. I will only contact you by phone, so don't be tricked into responding to an email purportedly from me. Time passes like cold molasses on a winter's day. A phrase my Meemaw used to always say that often made me smile. It certainly wasn't going to elicit any happy thoughts today. It was doubtful a smile would cross my lips any time soon, if ever again. Roger's voice droned on and on, full of depressing instructions and strict advice. Unable to comprehend everything, I nodded at what I thought were appropriate times. Bits and pieces of his long list of do's and don'ts broke through my stupor. Don't watch or read any news. Don't stay with family or friends. Do not attempt to contact Jack in any way. Take a vacation and stay away from work for at least a week, if not more. I had no idea how I was supposed to remember all of it. The paralegal in me was screaming, "Take notes, idiot!" But I couldn't seem to get my fingers to let go of their death grip on the chair arms. Roger or Sarah must have turned my phone over to silent while I was splayed out on the floor. I realized it had been vibrating in my lap for the past 10 minutes. Already the fracas had begun. Little Rock may be the capital city, but the reality was that it was a big, small town. News spread faster than a wildfire in the desert. I couldn't count the times we had worked on a case that had caught the eye of the media and marveled at how the rumor mill swept through like a plague. And this case would top them all. Philip Rowland's bank account was only matched in numbers by the amount of people who hated him. The news of the death of his only daughter would be the headliner on every news station for weeks. Dear God. The walls were closing in, the sensation of stifling pressure crushing down on my chest. Where was I supposed to go if Roger didn't want me to stay with my family or my friends? I needed them right now. How in the world could I even attempt to function without their support? Not to mention the fact that the joint bank account with Jack was running on fumes. I mailed the last check in for the remodel last Monday, which meant I couldn't afford to even stay at a cheap motel. How was I going to tell my family? I thanked God silently that Jack's parents were no longer living, and I didn't have the task of making that phone call. The news that their only son was an adulterer and murder suspect would have killed them, especially his father, a fire and brimstone pastor if ever there was one. The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man. Melody, did you hear me? Yes? Roger let out a sigh as he walked over and sat down next to me. I can only imagine what is running through your mind right now, Melody, but please try to focus on what I'm saying. Listen, you haven't used all your vacation in a few years, so you have plenty built up. I am officially informing you that you are taking it, no objections. We need to get you out of here before they figure out you arrived at work. Do you have somewhere to go? Can you drive? Though I tried to fight them, hot tears spilled out and flowed down my face, dripping onto Roger's hand as he gently clasped mine. I shook my head. With a reassuring pat, Roger stood up, reached across his desk, and grabbed his briefcase. "Pull yourself together, here," he said, handing me a set of keys. "These are to my cabin. You remember how to get there, right? You and Jack." Roger stopped himself before he continued his thought. The tears fell faster as I reached out and took the keys. Yes, I remembered. The lovely little cabin that overlooked the Caddo River. Jack and I spent our last 2 wedding anniversaries there. Compliments of my boss. My stubborn, never-show-your-emotions boss, who was now looking at me with overwhelming pity on his face. This was beyond bad. It was, in a word, catastrophic. Roger reached down and picked up my phone from my lap. "One last thing. Whom shall I call to come pick you up?" I thought about my mom, but quashed the idea. She was not due back from her trip to Hot Springs until later today, and she was too old to handle this much drama, let alone be able to drive the 50 miles. Kindle, Jack's best friend, was an option, but I dismissed the idea. He was down south somewhere on a job site. At least that's what I seem to remember Jack saying. The thought of telling either of them about not only Jack's infidelity but this latest bombshell made my chest hurt. Only one solid option came to my depleted mind. "Regina," I squeaked. Within seconds, Roger found her number and was on the phone, barking orders at my best friend for over 20 years. I sat in silence, near comatose, as everything I knew lay in broken pieces all around me. The shattered remnants of what had been a pretty idyllic life were piled high, close to burying me in the rubble. I had no idea where to start the cleanup process so I could breathe again. "Good, 10 minutes? Fantastic. I'll inform the receptionist to bring you straight back. Don't tell her your name, just that you have an appointment with me." Yes. Great idea. Melody will be pleased. See you shortly." Roger disconnected the call and handed me back my phone. I glanced down and winced at the numerous missed calls and text messages. The majority were from my mother. I stood up and moved toward Roger's private bathroom. "Excuse me, but I need to use the restroom and call my mother. I'm sure she is beside herself." Roger nodded. "Understandable. Remember not to tell her where you are going. Only that you will be someplace safe. Might want to warn her about the media, too. Perhaps encourage her to take an impromptu vacation." I closed the bathroom door and stared at my phone. It took a good 3 minutes before I found the courage to dial her number. Once we spoke about this, it would solidify in my mind, become real. Right now, I clung to the hope that I was dreaming. But I knew once I heard her sweet voice on the other end, everything would change. Forever. Chapter 5, Wednesday afternoon. Philip Rowland sat with his back erect against the hard pew, his meaty arm resting across the petite shoulders of his destroyed wife. Her unrelenting sobs of anguish filled the church sanctuary, drowning out the words of the priest as he tried to finish Serena's service. Philip winced inside, kicking himself for not insisting that Miriam take the Valium the doctor had prescribed for her. When he suggested it as they dressed for their daughter's funeral earlier, Miriam had flown into a rage, screaming that she refused to be drugged out of her gourd, unable to release her grief at the loss of her only child. He ignored the vapid words of the priest, like he always did whenever Miriam or Serena cajoled him into attending services. All the ridiculous pomp and circumstance, the comical attire of the clergy, the incessant rehashing of the same old subjects, made Philip want to pull what little hair he had on his head out. The hollow words about a loving God and an afterlife of joy and peace were laughable at best, and something Philip didn't buy into. Sins and morality did not mesh well with the way Philip conducted his life outside of his family. He didn't become a multimillionaire before 35 by following some ancient rules about ethics. But his wife and daughter were his kryptonite, and saying no to either of them wasn't something he was adept at. So he attended at their insistence. After all, it helped his standing in the community to be seen as a churchgoer, tossing large chunks of cash in the collection plate every now and then. Plus, it appeased his two favorite girls. No longer listening to the priest, Philip's mind wandered over to the morning's confrontation with Miriam. "You will not deny me my grief, Phil. My baby girl is dead, beaten and murdered by some low-life professor twice her age. It's your fault. You should have put your foot down and insisted she continue to work for you, but no. Let her explore, Miriam. Let her learn about the real world. Let her taste life on the other side. I guarantee you she'll be running back in 6 months when she gets a good taste of it," you said. Now, less than a year later, our child is dead. Dead! Don't you realize what you've done? Philip stood in the middle of their bedroom and watched in silence as Miriam tore through her closet, flinging expensive clothes across the room. With each word ripped from her broken heart, her pitch rose, her intensity level peaked. Philip didn't attempt to stop her tirade. Part of the reason he didn't was that he hoped her fit would release some of the pressure inside her before the funeral. He also felt like he deserved to bear the brunt of her anger, and though he would never admit it to anyone, he agreed with what Miriam said. It was his fault for not corralling his headstrong daughter sooner. But the biggest reason that Philip remained quiet and let his wife rip him to shreds was the plan. A plan that had begun to form the minute he received the phone call Sunday morning, informing him Serena had been murdered. He kept his temper at bay by shoving the raging anger deep inside of him and focused his attention on Miriam and the investigation. He fought every urge of applying the same tactics he used in the business world, ruthlessness and intimidation, and instead convincingly played the part of an overwrought parent. He didn't call upon any of the numerous favors that various higher-ups on the police force owed him. He didn't bully his way inside the investigation to keep abreast of every piece of discovered evidence. When new information became available, those on the inside indebted to him were either too scared not to tell him, or enjoyed being the bearer of such tragic news. For Philip was kept abreast of any new developments without asking. No, Philip waited, occupying himself with keeping his beloved wife from sliding into insanity and handling each painful detail of the funeral for his darling daughter. When the arrest of Jack Dickinson happened Monday morning, Philip's plan was completed. He wouldn't dare rely on the corrupt legal system to dole out justice for his precious princess. Hell, he knew from personal experience how much it would cost to make sure a case went his way. He knew which official could be bought, how much cash or blackmail it would take to make evidence disappear, how memories could be blurred, stories changed, witnesses vanished to never take the stand. Bam, case closed, and reputation intact. The painful impact of a shoe against his head stirred Philip from his thoughts. Miriam was beyond angry. She was livid, her makeup no longer on the parts of her face it was supposed to be. Her eyes were rimmed with black and her hair a sweaty mess. The neat bun from earlier gone. His wife was screaming obscenities that rivaled Philip's own filthy mouth when he was at work. Hearing the composed, dainty Southern belle he'd married over 30 years ago spout such vulgarities made his cheeks flame with embarrassment. In 5 long strides, Philip was across the room and gathering his wife into his arms. Her feeble attempts to pull away rendered moot. He held her close and stroked her hair, murmuring comforting words as he eased them both to the floor of the closet. His back steady against the wall, Philip pulled Miriam's small body against his chest, as tears replaced Miriam's anger. The gut-wrenching wails of his wife washed away any doubts he had over implementing the plan, a plan that had been set in stone earlier when Philip took the call from the coroner's office with the news he had yet to share with Miriam. He couldn't find the words to tell her Serena's body wasn't the only one they were burying. The fate of Jack Dickinson was sealed with the coroner's phone call and salty tears of Miriam. And to Philip's surprise, his own. The long service ended, and Philip was glad he took a mental hiatus rather than listening to the prattling of the priest. He led his wife into the meeting hall, which was packed full of bodies and food. The tables were draped in pink silk, topped off with glittering crystal vases stuffed with pink lilies, hydrangeas, and roses. Pink candies, pink napkins, and pink punch topped the room off. Philip realized as soon as he walked into the room that he went overboard. The room looked like someone blew up a Pepto-Bismol factory inside of it. Miriam, who had stopped crying near the end of the service, burst into fresh tears when she walked in. "My baby, oh, my baby. She would love this. It's perfect." Philip leaned down and kissed the top of Miriam's head in response and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. He didn't have time to speak as they were surrounded by hordes of people. Some faces he recognized, others he didn't. Each one seemed insistent upon offering a warm hug, handshake, and words of encouragement to the distraught parents. It was as if they hoped the souls of the grieving parents would be soothed by their displays of sympathy. For 30 minutes, Philip played the game. He shook the germy, sweaty hands of men he didn't know. His grip was more forceful on those he did, making them immediately pull their hand free and move over to converse with Miriam. He endured the hugs of women from all ages, the concoction of offensive perfumes threatening to make him puke. He played the stoic, silent father lost in grief to perfection, while he nonchalantly searched the crowd every few minutes for the one face he was waiting for. Frustrated and in fear the volcano inside of him was close to exploding, Philip's painful wait was rewarded. "Mr. Rowland, my sincerest condolences, sir, and to you, Mrs. Rowland." The monster who towered 3 inches over Philip's own 6'2" frame was Serena's high school sweetheart, Bill Witham. Philip shook the hand of the man whose life he destroyed. Memories of the past, flooding his vision. Philip and Miriam tolerated Serena's infatuation with the boy during her senior year, even succumbing to her pleadings to attend the prom with him. Their hope was, once graduation passed and the two lovebirds went their separate ways, the puppy love would be over. Countless sleepless nights were spent with Philip and Miriam lamenting their only child's choices in men. Bill Witham was a star athlete, a basketball player extraordinaire, but that was his only redeeming quality. His family consisted of an absent father and a drug whore of a mother. Basic white trash. Someone who might be able to skate through life on his athletic prowess, but would never, ever fit into the social arena the Rowland family dominated. In short, Bill Witham wasn't good enough for their daughter. Miriam came to Philip in a panic one night after she overheard a conversation on the back porch between the two of them. She insisted Philip just had to do something. Somehow, Serena had been swayed by the dark hair, brown eyes, and physique that men would kill for, to move to Alabama with him while he played for the Crimson Tide. Philip did what he had to do to ensure his baby girl wouldn't end up being the mother to Bill's children. He knew Serena was flighty by nature, her concentration easily broken and led astray when something new or shiny caught her eye. Her graduation present was a 3-month-long trip through Europe with her mother. The shopping, dining, and sightseeing would be enough to turn her attention away from Bill. The minute their flight left the tarmac, Philip put his next phase of the plan in motion. He made sure that Bill Witham never played another sport again. The car accident happened on Highway 65 South, near Lake Village. Bill was traveling to the sunny beaches on the Redneck Riviera courtesy of Philip and Miriam, a graduation present and congratulatory gift from the Rowlands for signing with the Crimson Tide. All it took was one dinner date. The two bachelors shared dinner and cigars until almost midnight. Philip insisted Bill stay and rest before he started his 10-hour drive to Pensacola. Once Bill was sawing logs on the couch, Philip opened his suitcase and replaced Bill's antihistamines with the Xanax bars from Miriam's stash. The next morning, Philip watched Bill down 2 pills while he slurped his coffee and breakfast, then waved goodbye from his porch as Bill drove away. Less than 4 hours later, the news broke about the accident. Philip's scheme almost backfired because Bill came close to dying. Idiot wasn't wearing his seatbelt, so when his car left the road and wrapped around 2 trees, Bill's head went through the driver's side window. The jarring blow left him in a coma for 2 weeks. When it was determined Bill had fallen asleep behind the wheel due to the drugs in his system, his reputation took a nosedive. Though he vehemently protested his innocence, it didn't matter. The damage was done. His left leg was ruined after the 4 fractures that required numerous surgeries to correct. Serena heard the news and begged her mother to cut the trip short and return to the States. Upon arriving at Bill's bedside, Serena tried to be strong, but she couldn't. It wasn't in Philip's daughter's nature to be nurturing. Serena couldn't stand to look at the cuts and bruises on Bill's face, or his shaved head that sported an 8-inch gash and tons of staples. When it broke about the Xanax, Serena was out. Serena may have been a lot of things, but she was against drug abuse. She left Bill's side the minute the reports hit the airwaves, and never looked back. "Good to see you, Bill. Thank you for coming," Philip said. The cool, firm handshake from Bill brought Philip out of the dark memories of how he had ruined the boy's life. "Yes, Mr. Witham, how very kind of you to pay your last respects to our darling Serena," Miriam Rowland said, her swollen eyes holding their gaze on Bill's myriad of scars. "I'm so sorry for your loss. I can't believe she is," Bill began, his words trailing off as he fought for control over his emotions. Philip leaned in close to Bill and whispered, I can't take another minute of this. I'm going outside for a smoke. Care to join me? Miriam glared at her husband but didn't speak, turning her attention to the next person in line. Bill nodded in agreement and lumbered toward the exit. Philip bent down and placed a light kiss on Miriam's head. Time to right the wrong. Miriam Rowland never said a word to her husband. She didn't have to. Her blue eyes, full of grief and sorrow, also held understanding behind them. Philip squeezed her shoulder and turned to walk outside. It was time to avenge his daughter's murder. And the avenger, unknowingly, awaited him outside. Bill Witham's frame dwarfed the iron chair sitting under the large magnolia tree behind the church. Philip produced a crooked grin, handing Bill a cigar. Once both men were puffing away the fragrant smoke lingering above their heads in the heavy humidity, Philip broke the silence. Nice tie. I see you remembered her signature color. Bill glanced down at the hot pink silk tie around his neck and tried to smile. Serena loved that movie line. Quoted it almost every time she wore pink. I never could keep a straight face when she tried to mimic Julia Roberts' accent. She adored that movie. Yes, she surely did. God, we watched it so many times I believe even I could quote the entire movie verbatim. Bill took a huge drag off the cigar, his hands shaking while he stared at his feet. A sense of excitement and anticipation momentarily replaced Philip's crushing grief as he began to steer the conversation in the direction he wanted it to go. Thanks, Bill, for giving me an out. I couldn't breathe in there. It was like the walls were closing in. The next stranger who walked up to me and tried to express fake condolences was going to get a fist in their face. That certainly is understandable, sir. I admire your strength at holding back. I'm sure I would be straitjacket bound if she were my daughter. Hell, I'm barely keeping it together, and I haven't seen her in years. Bill, it doesn't matter how long it's been. Serena was just one of those people. Once you met her, you never forgot her. She stayed with you. A single tear slid down Bill's face. Philip watched the young man struggle for words. I never forgot her, Mr. Rowland. Never stopped loving her, even after what went down between the two of us. It took me 4 years to get back on my feet and clean up my life. Pulled my head out of the bottle and manned up, as they say. For Serena, going on 2 years at my job now. I just got a promotion, too. Oh, God, It's okay, son, I know. You did it for our Serena, didn't you? Wanted to show her the man you could be, how strong you are. What you would do to win back her affection, isn't that right? The tears fell faster down Bill's face at the kind, understanding words. Philip had known they would do the trick. He knew how Bill felt about him. On more than one occasion, Bill had mentioned he hoped someday Philip would be his father-in-law. Yes, I did. You don't know how hard it was to be patient. To wait until I got my career going before I asked her out again. I loved Serena since the first time I saw her at her locker in 8th grade. Now it's too late. Too late to tell her how much I loved her. Philip leaned over and gave Bill a fatherly pat on the back. It was time to dig the hole and drop the seed of revenge into the fertile soil. I know, son, I know. It's all so overwhelming. It's hard enough to lose your only child. Miriam is close to a nervous breakdown. I'm not too far behind her. We could possibly learn to cope with her death had it been natural, normal. But it's damn near impossible to grapple with the manner in which she was taken from us. God, she was so young, so innocent. No one will remember Serena's sweet smile or her kind heart. All they'll remember is that she was murdered, her life stripped away by a vile monster. Her remains left sprawled naked across a bed, eyes frozen in terror. In a hotel I own. God, it just isn't fair. No, it ain't fair at all, sir. I I shouldn't have waited. I should have been there for her. Oh, God, why was I so stubborn? It's my fault I let my pride get in the way. Felt like a failure, like I was less of a man after the accident. I mean, what did I have to offer her then after losing my scholarship? I was nothing but a washed-out high school hoopster who couldn't play ball anymore. Life is all about choices, Bill, and learning to live with the consequences from them, good or bad, whatever they may be. Sometimes we are afforded the opportunity to right a wrong. Sometimes we aren't. It's just the way of the world. You lost that chance through no fault of your own. The choice was yanked away from you by Jack Dickinson. At the mention of Jack's name, Bill shot out of his chair. His entire body shook as he stared toward the cemetery where Serena's body would be laid to rest in less than an hour. I could just kill him. Almost did when they booked him Monday night, he whispered. Philip's chest tightened at the words he'd been waiting to hear, spoken by the man who worked at the jail where his new nemesis, Jack Dickinson, was being held. He pretended to not hear Bill's comment and let some of his own pain free. Miriam can't handle a trial. Quite frankly, neither can I. Miriam's heart problems aren't going to withstand weeks of sitting inside a courtroom. That scaly bastard LaFont will trot out his dog and pony show for his client, his guilty client. Heaven forbid he finds some legal loophole and Jack walks free. And if somehow by some miracle from above the justice system actually works and he is found guilty, it still isn't fair. It isn't justice. That evil vermin will get to spend the rest of his life in prison. 3 meals fed to him each day, free medical care for the remainder of his life, watch television, talk on the phone, have visitors. Live while my daughter rots in the grave. Philip stopped himself to catch his breath and fight for control of his tormented heart. Where is the justice in that? He takes my baby's life, but gets to keep his? Oh, if these old hands could only find their way around that bastard's neck, I'd make sure he'd pay for what he did to her, for what he did to my sweet Miriam. Eye for an eye, isn't that what the good book says? I failed you, Serena. Philip moaned, tears streaming down his face as the volcano of grief inside him was released through salty lava. I wasn't there to protect you, and now I'm too old to avenge you. Oh, Jesus, how are we ever going to get through this? Philip broke down into a slobbering mess and let his tears soak into Bill's heart. He didn't have to wait long. It may be too late to tell Serena, but it certainly isn't too late to show her how much I loved her. And you and Mrs. Rowland. I'll right this wrong, I promise you, Mr. Rowland. I'll right this wrong, Bill declared. Philip's troubled heart grabbed onto the sprig of hope. His plan had been executed perfectly. The evil seed he'd planted had sprouted up and taken root inside Bill's soul. He did his best to fake confusion. What are you saying, Bill? Philip watched as Bill's face flushed with anger. His hands clenched at his sides, knuckles white. His jaw flexed as he ground his teeth. Philip sensed the internal struggle and watched Bill grapple with the decision he had hoped he would make. Sure enough, Bill's jaw relaxed a bit, and he took a deep breath. I'm saying there's a reason I work at the jail, and my choice is to... Philip held up his hand to stop another word from leaving Bill's mouth. Now that the poisonous plant had thoroughly taken hold of Bill, Philip dried his tears and allowed his own fury to fertilize the vine. Don't say another word, just promise me one thing. Bill motioned with a slight nod of his head for Philip to continue. Don't let Miriam or me be forced to attend another hearing. The pain behind the young man's eyes lessened as they filled with a spark of redeeming revenge. Consider it done. Bill stretched out his hand and Philip met him halfway. They solidified their pact with a hearty handshake under the cloudless sky. The only sound was the chirps of the birds perched in the magnolia tree above them. Not another word was exchanged as they made their way back inside the sanctuary. Philip knew their mutual festering wounds of grief at the loss of Serena had been coated with the salve of revenge. As Philip walked through the door and over to his wife, he thought, "Let the healing begin." Chapter 6. Thursday morning. "It's good to see you eat something. Your aversion to food was beginning to scare me. More coffee?" I nodded yes, my mouth full of dry toast. Regina filled my mug and sat down across from me, waiting to see if I would continue the conversation. During the last 3 days, I had spoken about 2 full sentences, most of them incoherent blather. After 72 hours of constant crying, bouts of violent retching, and no food, I'd fallen asleep around 6 the night before and slept all night. Each moment of the last 3 days had been filled with intolerable anguish. I didn't just walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I crawled. Felt each sharp rock of fear rip through my skin, every thorn of betrayal puncture my flesh. Each breath sent fresh pain flooding through my soul. The realization that I was still alive cemented in the oxygen. I prayed for death to end the misery. Cursed the day I met Jack and the day the firm hired Serena. Thanked God for keeping me barren, so our children wouldn't be beside me suffering the same torment. Then I prayed for forgiveness for thinking such things. Curled up in the fetal position on the floor, I tried reaching out to God, to find solace in the scriptures I knew by heart. I even recited some of the Psalms over and over, chanting the ancient words so many times in my head I nearly screamed. The more I begged for understanding, peace, strength, or to feel His presence, the angrier I became at the mind-numbing silence. When my body finally shut down from lack of sleep and food, so did my mind. I didn't dream, at least not that I could recall. I slipped into the darkness, blissfully free from the spinning images and thoughts of my ruined life. Waking earlier, I was still broken-hearted and terrified of the vast unknown that awaited me, but the rest had revived me to a point. Enough that I knew I couldn't hide inside the dark caverns of my heart any longer, couldn't cower from the situation like a frightened child. When I crashed, my accompanying emotions were sadness and grief. When I awoke earlier, a new one had taken hold. Anger. Deep, soul-piercing anger. Most of it directed toward Jack and some at Serena. A dollop for the entire situation we faced. But mostly, what ate away at my insides was what this whole debacle was doing to my mother. She was in her mid-80s, of fading health after my father's death 4 years ago, and the only family I had left. I cringed at my callousness for leaving her alone to deal with this. I clung to this new sensation like a lifesaver and held on tight, determined to wade through the burning fire and be there for my mom. "Thank you," I managed after swallowing a gulp of hot coffee. My stomach lurched in protest at the reintroduction of food. Even the dried toast didn't want to stay down. No more. I won't puke again. Not today. Regina reached across the table and patted my arm. "If you were thanking me for making you bland toast, wait until you see what I'm making for lunch. A culinary treat, I assure you." I wanted to smile at my closest friend's humor, but couldn't. The muscles of my mouth didn't recall on their own how to, and my brain certainly didn't have the ability to force them to oblige. It was too preoccupied with other things that were shredding me to pieces on the inside, tearing my soul into useless chunks, things that, if I didn't let out, would eventually kill me. "Bologna sandwiches?" I muttered. "Huh?" "Bologna sandwiches. Is that the culinary treat I have to look forward to?" I asked, my first real cohesive sentence in days. "Yep, and if you're lucky, I might just boil some water and put something in it tonight for a hot meal. Whoever said I was a bad cook lied like a dog. Lied, I tell you." Simba whined from under the table, her tail thumping on the floor. My furry best friend only left my side each day when Regina came to gather her off the bed and take her outside for a walk to do her business. She wouldn't even leave her spot next to me on the bed to eat. Regina had to bring her bowl to her and set it on the edge of the bed. She whined softly beside me whenever I cried, her warm tongue caressing my skin occasionally, like she was trying to heal my wounds. When I paced the floors, she matched each step with me. Poor thing, she was exhausted, just like her master. I grabbed my coffee cup and stood up, then walked over to the counter and picked up Simba's leash. 3 bites of toast were all my shrunken stomach was going to allow me to feed it. I knew if I stayed put, Regina would try to force me to eat more, and I was determined not to be sick today. 3 full days of projectile vomiting was enough. "Come on, bring your coffee and let's sit outside. I'm ready to talk if you want to listen." "Well, I have been waiting since Monday morning to hear those words leave those cute little lips of yours, sweetie. I'm all ears." Regina gushed. She wrapped her arm around mine. A smile stretched from ear to ear as we walked outside. The minute we stepped out onto the deck, the peaceful sounds of the river, the happy tweets of the birds, and a few distant moos from the cows in the pasture over the small rise greeted us. The air was thick with humidity, the morning fog still lingering over the meandering river as it wound its way through the valley below us. Roger sure knew how to pick a quiet retreat to escape from the world. Miles from the main road, the 4-bedroom cabin wasn't an actual cabin, but a home, complete with a wraparound porch, a 3-car garage, and big screen television sets in every bedroom. The landscaping was impeccable. It was made to look like nature had taken over and created everything. But I knew from my own experience with flowers and shrubs that it took a lot of time, effort, and money to achieve that look. Plus, I paid all of Roger's bills each month, and I knew how much it cost to keep the place running. It was a perfect hideaway, and one that no one would ever find without a detailed map or guide. Nestled amongst the trees on the top of a small hill, with back windows facing the Caddo River. The closest neighbor was 10 miles to the east. No sounds of the city to destroy the natural hum. I couldn't think of a better place to unload my baggage at Regina's feet. Simba finished with her morning ritual, and Regina and I settled on the swing that hung from a gigantic oak limb facing the water. I reached down and unlatched the leash from Simba's neck. Regina grabbed her collar. "Won't she run? Chase the cows or something?" I smiled and patted Simba's fluffy head. "She hasn't left my side for 3 days. What do you think?" Sure enough, when Regina let go, Simba stretched and then curled up under my feet. "See, told you. I may not know much, but I do know my dog." Regina sipped her coffee and waited. She knew I was ready to talk, but she didn't pry or try to force the words out of me. Her unending patience was one of her many virtues, along with her sense of humor, and yet another reason I adored her so. "I want to thank you for being here for me, and the clothes, and for getting Simba. I mean, you dropped everything for me. I don't think I will ever be able to say—" "Stop right there. Friends don't thank friends for being friends. And the clothes? Hey, we've shared them for years. Why do you think I picked you for a best friend? We're the same size. Swapping clothes cuts down on expenses. But this conversation isn't about me. It's about you and this situation. So leave me out of it, unless, of course, you have instructions that I need to carry out, bidding to attend to, wishes to grant." Regina clasped her hands together in mock prayer and bowed. Nothing like a friend with a sense of humor that knew no bounds to help ease her troubled friend through the murky waters of uncertainty. I took one last sip of coffee and began the line of questions I was petrified to ask. I forced the paralegal inside of me to emerge, though I had no idea how long she would remain in control. "I assume you have kept in touch with Roger? My mom?" "Yes." Regina's reply was hesitant. I heard the heaviness in her voice. She sensed the questions were forced. My clipped words were a sham that could end at any moment. Thankfully, her cadence mimicked my own. "Have you watched or read any news?" "No, I followed Roger's instructions to the letter. No news media. Only used my cell to converse with him and your mom. I shut yours off once we arrived here. Thing was going crazy. You probably will need to change your number." "Keep it together, Melody. Steady. For Mom. Is my mother okay?" "Holding on, best as can be expected. She's more concerned about you, though." "Thank God. Has he been, have they formally charged him?" "Yes, Tuesday night." "Oh, God, no." "With?" "Capital murder." "Breathe. Bond?" $1.5 million. My vision blurred for a moment as the gray threatened to overtake me again. I forced the toast and coffee to remain in my stomach and pushed the impending darkness that I wished would swallow me whole out of my mind. There was no way I could ever come up with the bond money. All of our remaining assets were used up in the house renovations. I didn't own anything worth the $150,000 it would take to secure a bond. Nor did I know anyone who did. The paralegal disappeared at this latest news. The horrified wife emerged. "For the first time in my life, I don't know what to do next," I confessed. "I've always had a plan, a map of what direction my life would take: high school, college, a job, marriage, a family. I'll admit, when reality hit that I would never be a mother, it threw me for a loop. No, it threw me and Jack for a loop. Saying the name of my husband out loud caused some of my bravado and anger to disappear. A lump of hot tears at the mention of his name formed in my throat, but I ignored them. I should have seen it coming. The signs were all there: his mood swings, lack of interest in me, the weight loss. I didn't help our situation any when I started spending more time at work, especially when the construction started. I was so wrapped up in my own pain trying to deal with things, I ignored his. He wanted children too, you know." "I know he did," Regina said, her eyes watching my every move, full of worry and pity. I closed my own to rid myself of her piercing stare. Sighing heavily, I continued. "It wasn't my idea to renovate the house. He wanted to change it. I fought him hard for almost 2 years after he first broached the subject. God, how we argued. I couldn't stand the thought of covering over the stencils I had painted years ago, getting rid of all the baby furniture he had refinished by hand. I wasn't ready to throw in the towel, so to speak. But the incessant arguing got to me, so I finally gave in. He just wouldn't leave it alone. The first day the workers arrived, I felt something die inside me, and I knew I couldn't bear to watch them destroy my last tie to motherhood." Regina produced a tissue from her pocket and handed it to me. I dabbed my eyes, wondering how in the world there were any tears left to cry. I was so mad at God. I would have been a good mother, and I didn't understand why he wasn't answering our prayers to bless us with children. The last visit with Dr. Moore broke my spirit. When he told us there was nothing else he could try, no miracle medical treatments, and that we should consider other options like adoption or surrogacy. My faith dried up. So did Jack's. We haven't been back to church since. Mel, are you telling me that you don't believe in God anymore? Regina asked, shocked. No, of course not. I just doubt his interest in granting my feeble prayers. So maybe this is punishment for my doubts. I don't believe that for 1 second, Mel, and you shouldn't either. You know as well as I do that the Lord doesn't work like that. Really? Well, then please explain to me why my husband of 20 years decided to start playing around with a woman half our age, and then, oh God, and then... Why? Oh, dear Jesus, this isn't happening. Regina's arms encircled me as I burst out in tears. For a few seconds I melted into her embrace, tried to feed off of the love she exuded to help calm me down. Unfortunately, it didn't work. I pulled myself from her arms and stood up, my frenzied pacing from the previous 2 nights back in full swing. What am I supposed to do now, Regina, huh? How am I supposed to deal with all of this? I don't even know where to begin. My husband charged with murder? It's not like the affair wasn't enough to overcome, but hey, I could have tried. I survived losing my dad, came to grips with the fact that motherhood wasn't in the cards for me, probably could have forgiven Jack once I stopped being so angry at him. But murder? I can't even wrap my head around it. How will I be able to pay for his defense? I mean, Roger said not to worry about it, but how can I not? We depleted all of our savings on that stupid house. My mouth was moving at the speed of light now, my frantic steps around the swing nearly as fast. I knew I was ranting, but I couldn't stop the flow. I don't want to be indebted to my boss forever, and really who knows how long I will continue to work there. Talk about uncomfortable. Can I just waltz in there and sit at my desk, pecking away on my computer like nothing ever happened? Maybe, but I don't think the atmosphere at the office will ever be the same. I mean, come on. Serena's desk was right outside my office. A glaring beacon of my husband's betrayal and crimes will hit me and everyone else in the face each time we walk by it. Can you imagine the things that will be said behind my back? Oh, and what will I say to Mr. Rowland when he comes in to see Roger? I won't be able to face him. Honey, sit down. Regina began trying to slow my tirade. Like a tidal wave that ignores a seagull in its path, I kept talking without acknowledging her words. Oh, and let's not forget about the fact that I spent over 20 years of my life with a man suspected of beating a woman to a pulp and then strangling her to death. Murder. I mean, I can't even fathom those words ever being tied to Jack Dickinson. Can you? What am I supposed to believe? He already admitted to the affair, which I never thought he was capable of. So is it a real stretch to believe he committed murder? I'm 43 years old, for goodness sake. It's too late to start all over again. My God, I feel like I've stepped into a horror movie or something. This just isn't happening. Fury raced through me, my nerves burnt to a crisp. I hurled my coffee mug across the lawn and watched with delight as it smashed into pieces. I wanted to hurt something, to transfer my anguish from my body before it destroyed me. Unable to control myself and not satiated from tossing my cup, I scooped up a handful of rocks at the edge of the hill and threw them as hard as I could at the giant tree trunk closest to me. You bastard! How could you have ruined our lives like this? I screamed. I bent down and grabbed more, grunting as I chunked them down toward the river. What am I supposed to do now, huh? Why, Jack, why? Spent, I crumpled to the ground, incapable of stopping the deluge of tears. Regina and Simba were by my side in a flash. Breathe, Mel, breathe. Shh, come on now. You've cried enough tears. Time to let the stubborn, never accept defeat Mel come back and take control. I don't know how to handle this mess of the woman I used to know. She's gone, I whimpered into Regina's sleeve. No, she isn't, Regina insisted, pulling my face up to hers. Her brooding eyes commanded my attention. She's right here. She pointed to my chest, her bony index finger making brusque contact with my bare skin. I'd like to speak with her now, please, because this blubbery mess stymies me. Simba shoved her snout between us and licked my face with her rough tongue. Between the two of them, the heat of anger began to dissipate. Regina was right. I was a fighter. Always have been. My mother once called me a weeping willow because I could bend, yet not break when life's storms hit. Maybe she was right. This was a hurricane, tornado, tsunami, and earthquake all rolled into one. Yet I was standing. Leafless, but still anchored to the ground. My roots were deeply embedded in the soil of faith, and I had a strong sense of devotion to my remaining parent. You're right as usual. Time to stop the pity party and fix this, I said, wiping my damp face on the sleeve of her shirt. Guess I just needed to vent. Exorcise the demons, if you will. Can't have my mom seeing me like this. Come on, you've got some work to do. Well, first things first. I need a new shirt, then you can start ordering me around. Yeah, you needed an exorcism, all right. I was afraid at any minute green pea soup would start shooting out of your mouth. I scrambled to my feet and held my hand out to Regina. Surprised when I noticed I was smiling. Not a huge grin, but a smile, nonetheless. Regina was doing her best to force back her own tears, presumably of happiness at seeing me come alive again. As we walked back toward the house, Regina asked, "So what's on the work agenda for today, boss lady?" "I need your cosmetic skills. Can't go to visit my husband in jail looking like this, can I?" Regina almost walked into the doorframe. "Come again?" "No more hiding under the covers, Regina. I need to talk to Jack. Face to face. I need to know. Need to look into his eyes when I ask the question." Regina eyeballed me, seeming to come to grips with the fact that I wasn't kidding, that I was stone-cold serious and wouldn't be deterred. She knew me better than to argue or attempt to change my mind. She let out a quiet rush of air, then pointed to the bathroom. "If you want me to make you presentable, please give me a clean slate first." "Fine, but don't you dare use the time I'm in the shower to call or text Roger, or my mother. I don't want anyone to know I'm going into town before I'm ready for them to know." "Mel, there are some things you should—" "No. My plate is full enough. One more scoop and it will bust." Regina looked dubious. "Look, I promised to tell them both after the visit. I need to stop by the office and pick up my car anyway, so I'll talk to Roger after I see Jack. Make sure I still have a job and all. But while I'm at the jail, will you please go pick up my mother and bring her back here? I need to see her." In mock surrender, Regina held up her hands in submission. "Your wish is my command, oh crazy one." Chapter 7. Thursday afternoon. I watched Regina pull out of the parking lot with trepidation. Part of me wanted her by my side as support to face what I knew would be one of the most difficult moments in my life. But the other part couldn't handle the shame that was surely going to accompany it. That part won out. "Do you really want to know? What are you going to do when—" "Just run away, idiot. Pack up and run away." The sun beat down on me as I walked down the long concrete walkway that led to the security checkpoint at the Pulaski County Jail. I pushed the tormenting thoughts away and concentrated on my surroundings, putting one foot in front of the other. The red brick exterior of the never-ending buildings loomed before me. Beads of sweat and fear trickled down my back and forehead. High temperatures and emotions threatened to undo the stellar makeup and hairdo that Regina had created. I'd barely recognized myself when I looked in the mirror back at the cabin. I moved along with the others who had come to visit an inmate incarcerated inside the massive concrete structure. Although I'd spent the last 10+ years dealing with people who found themselves locked inside, I had never stepped foot in the place. Jack and I had never been in trouble with the law, not even a speeding ticket. Until now. I tried not to stare at some of the visitors while we moved like sheep to the slaughter van. My tan slacks, white shirt, and low heels made me look like a librarian compared to some of the outfits that passed me by. I tried to blend in, keeping my head down and heart beating at an acceptable rate, but I stood out like a sore thumb. Please don't let anyone recognize me. I let all the others pass me and stayed at the back of the line. My hope was that when each person ahead of me made it through the checkpoint, they would move far enough out of earshot not to hear my name or see my identification. When it was my turn, the guard behind the plexiglass asked me the same thing he had all the others, not looking up from his papers. Your name, inmate, and ID. Melody Dickinson, Jack Dickinson, I whispered. I slid my driver's license through the small opening. Speak up. I cleared my throat and tried to quell the panic in my gut. Melody Dickinson, here to see Jack Dickinson. Fortunately, the guard heard me and the remainder of the impatient group did not. He tried to look nonchalant, but I saw something behind his brown eyes. Distaste, irritation. I looked away before he stared a hole right through my glasses. Remove your sunglasses, place your bag on the scanner. His voice was no longer dull, monotone, it was gruff, to the point, angry. My heart raced as he stood. He made my 5'10" frame look like an Oompa Loompa. He slid my license and visitor's badge through the opening with such force that they popped out, skittering across the cheap laminate and landing on the floor. I retrieved them and moved over to the scanner to watch my bag get x-rayed, relieved to be away from the gargantuan. 10 minutes later, we were called out by groups to follow the guard. I stood against the gray wall in the back, trying my best not to run out of there screaming. I hated enclosed areas, and there wasn't a window inside. The smell of the place didn't help either. My nose burned with each breath. As each group of 20 left, I calmed down a little, the sensation of being a sardine packed in a hot can passing. My group was the last to be called. It seemed like we were moving in circles as we were led down twisting hallways, my shoes clacking against the filthy tile. It took us 8 full minutes to reach the door marked Visitors, cell block D7. The guard unlocked the massive steel door and stepped aside as we all moved in. The little cubicles looked exactly like a scene from a movie. 20 or so orange chairs sat in front of their own small window, blocked from their neighbor by a 4-foot-high piece of wood. Telephones that looked like throwbacks to the 70s hung on the right of each wall. They were so dirty it was hard to tell what their original color had been. The stench from the waiting room was like summer rain compared to what this new area smelled like. Body odor, cheap perfume, cleaning solvent, and other more rancid odors that I feared trying to place assaulted my nose. The guards should have passed out masks with the badges. The women in front of me fanned out and plopped down in chairs closest to them. I waited until everyone had a seat before I took mine, stifling the urge to spray it down with disinfectant. The inmates hadn't been let in yet. The other side of the thick plexiglass was empty. A buzzer sounded, startling me. A green light blinked above the door, and then the men arrived. Clad in traditional orange jumpsuits and flip-flops, they walked in single file and found their loved ones in no time. I froze when Jack walked in. Last, just like me. Unshaven and haggard, he looked like he'd dropped 20 pounds and aged 10 years. His beautiful curly hair was clumped together in tight knots. His right eye was almost swollen shut, surrounded by nasty purple and green bruises, and he had a long gash above his eyebrow. He looked like a frightened animal searching for the nearest predator hiding in the shadows. I watched him, my throat in my chest, as he scanned the visitors with little interest until he saw my face. Jack didn't move as his eyes locked with mine. The loud conversations around us seemed to disappear, locking us in our own private hell. He didn't smile, didn't cry. To the onlooker, he showed no outward emotion, but I saw his shoulders sag with relief as he forced his muscles to work and walked toward me. My hand shook when it latched onto the phone. Time stood still, at least for me. I knew that once the conversation started, the nightmare would cross into reality. Mel, I wasn't sure if you'd come. I've been praying that you would at least come visit me. I know you aren't here to bail me out. Jack looked broken, like someone had reached inside him and scooped out his innards, hollow, empty, exactly the way I felt. But there was something else. Fear. It danced behind his bloodshot eyes despite his efforts to hide it. I swallowed hard and forced myself to retain eye contact. You must do this. Block the pain, remain neutral. Pretend you aren't talking to your husband behind the glass. He's just another inmate. You are here to gather information. You're right. You know we can't afford that, so I guess you're stuck for a bit. What happened to your eye? The damage to Jack's eye was far worse up close. The lid was grotesquely swollen and the large cut above his brow looked infected. The bruising was ugly and dark, and the torn skin inflamed. It looked like he'd been hit with something and not just someone's fist. Jack gave a slight nod of dismissal. Doesn't matter now. Are you eating? Did you tell them about? Not much, and yes. I stick to the bread and nibble on the few raw vegetables just to be sure. They took my medic alert bracelet off when they arrested me. I told the jailer on duty I was allergic to peanuts, but, well, his response wasn't too positive. Jack whispered, his index finger flinching up toward his black eye. So the rest of the food I don't touch. Oh, Jesus, this isn't happening. It's good to see you, Mel. I held up my hand. Stop, Jack. I only came here because I need to know. I need to hear from your lips what happened. You owe me the truth. Oh, Mel, I don't even know where to start. It's all such a mess. At the beginning would be the appropriate place. I wasn't sure if the liquid that leaked from his eye was a tear or his body's response to the injury. The cause didn't matter, because it had the same effect on me. Tears sprang into my own eyes. It took every fiber within me to keep them from running down my face. Yes, you're right. The beginning. Well, you remember the Christmas party? I nodded that I did. How could I forget? A few weeks later, Serena started emailing me. When did you give her your email address? I didn't. She looked it up on the university's website. Interesting. Go on. First, it was just funny jokes. You know, the ones that make the email rounds. Then she started making noises about going back to school, finishing up her degree. She wanted to make her parents proud of her. She wasn't happy working in the legal field. Wanted to get her marketing degree and go back to work for her father. She asked me about the process to enroll and if she took my history class, would I help her study? Friendly, mindless chit-chat, you know. Uh-huh, was all I could muster. Then, about 4 months ago, she showed up in my class. I didn't know until the end of the lecture that she was there. Said she wanted to discuss her career path and asked if I would grab a cup of coffee with her in the cafeteria to talk about it. I didn't see any harm, so I agreed. The conversation started out innocent, but then she mentioned that you seemed rather distant and preoccupied at work. Asked me how things were going at home. I started out telling her about the construction fiasco, and that ended up spilling over to our struggles. Anger welled up inside and burnt away my tears. Heat pulsed through me like a living entity. I let out a bit of steam with a tart response. You decided to share our marital issues with a stranger? Perhaps that discussion would have served us both better had you had it with me. Of course it would have, Mel. And I'm sorry that I didn't. If I could go back and change things. Don't try to go down that road, Jack. That train left the building ages ago. Continue. I can't explain what happened next or where my head was at, Mel. All the pressure, the loneliness, the feelings of inadequacy as a man, they tumbled out. She was a surprisingly good listener and sympathetic to my pain. But when she reached across the table and tried to hold my hand, I realized I was crossing a line. When her hand touched mine, I felt my passion stir. God help me. I was hooked. I had no doubt now that it was tears leaking from his eyes, and I had no internal control anymore to stop my own from following. Oh, Jack, how could you? I choked. You have no idea how much I wish I wouldn't have succumbed to my desires. I should have relied upon God to ask for strength to overcome my weaknesses. Deceiving you tore me up on the inside. But she was like a drug, and I was fully addicted. After a few months, I couldn't stand to look in the mirror. The lies, the deception. I didn't recognize myself anymore. That's why I was so angry all the time. I knew I needed to stop, but honestly didn't know how. I strayed so far away from God that I couldn't even pray anymore. Couldn't ask for forgiveness. Couldn't beg for help. That is until 2 weeks ago. I realized that I hit rock bottom when I bought a disposable cell phone from one of my students. That was the catalyst that made you realize you had a problem? Funny. I would think it should have been the first time you screwed her. When I heard the kid talking to another student, how they can't be traced, I was excited. Thought that it would be a great way to keep you in the dark because, believe it or not, I didn't want you to get hurt. Oh, how kind of you, Jack. Mel, please. Was Friday night the first time you spent the night with her? Somehow I wished it was. Yes, and it was only the fourth, time we'd been intimate. By the time Friday night rolled around, I'd made up my mind to end it. Planned on telling her it was wrong over, that I couldn't do it anymore. I sat at the bar for 2 hours going over what I was going to say 1,000,000 times. To her and to you. You see, once I ended it with her, I planned on coming clean to you. Since you were gone for the weekend with Regina, I figured I would have time to sort through the fallout before you came back on Sunday night. Serena had quite the temper, and I was afraid things might not go too well when I told her I wanted to end the relationship. So I thought if I had a bit of liquid courage, it would steady my resolve. Problem was, I had too many. Did you? Tell her that, I mean. She was very, persuasive when I first arrived. Between that, the booze, and then her greeting me at the door with, Yeah, I get it, Jack. I really don't want to hear about your sexual exploits with Serena. Answer my question. Did you tell her? Yes, early Saturday morning when I woke up. I was sick, and I don't mean from a hangover, although I did have one. I was angry at myself for being such a hormone-driven idiot. I made Serena sit and listen to me. I pled for her to understand why it should never have happened, and that we were done. She tried every trick in the book to change my mind, but I was adamant. She refused to speak to me, so I went and took a shower to wash the stench of our tryst away before I came home. When I walked out of the bathroom, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, the entire room in shambles. She had wrecked the place. I think that's when she put the receipt and underwear in my bag, too. My guess would be that she wanted you to find them, or at least make me a nervous wreck when I opened it later. Like holding it over my head that she could out the relationship at any moment and what she was capable of. Sounds like she had feelings for you, Jack, I sneered. In her own way, I believe she did. Oh, Mel, I can't imagine how much I've hurt you. I'm destroyed on the inside, paying for my sin. And look where I am, charged with a crime I did not commit. I swear to Almighty God above that reigns on high that I did not kill her. I left a few minutes later after she dropped the news on me. Actually, I ran. I ended up driving around in a fog for hours before I went back home. I may be guilty of a lot of things, like poor judgment, being a terrible husband, and a low-life adulterer, but I'm not a murderer. Mel, you know me. That's not who I am. Hate me, never speak to me again, divorce me, and curse my name for what I've done to you with my betrayal. But please, please believe that one thing. I didn't do it. Oh, God, I don't know what to think. My head is so scrambled right now I can't focus. I want to believe you, I admitted. Mel, I swear I'm innocent. I left the hotel around 10 that morning. Bertrand told me the coroner's report listed her time of death around 11. Someone else killed her, not me. When the detectives interviewed me, they made me watch a surveillance video from the hotel. It made no sense. It clearly showed me leaving the room a few minutes after 10, but then someone else, who they claim is me, walked back in around 10:30. The guy looked like me, even had the same type clothes on that I did. But it wasn't me. Steady. Ask the right questions no matter how much it hurts. What else happened during the interview? They showed me pictures of her, accused me of beating the daylights out of her, then strangling her with underwear they say I bought her. But none of that is true. You know me, I don't have a violent streak. Hell, the only fight I ever had was back in the 8th grade. They showed me pictures, forced me to look at my handiwork to make me admit that I did it. Oh, God, her face was ruined, Mel. I almost vomited when they made me look. Not only that, but you know I've never stepped foot inside a lingerie store in my life. They had the picture she sent me in text, blown up, and printouts of the text where she said I bought her the underwear. They said the underwear at the house was the same as the pair around her neck. It all just doesn't make sense. When I left, I didn't go back. I didn't buy her anything. I never laid a violent hand against her, never forced her to have sex with me. Oh, God. Someone set me up, but I have no idea who or why. Where did you go when you left? Did anyone see you who could provide an alibi? I drove down to Sheridan and wept on my parents' graves for hours. By the time I got back home Saturday, it was after 9. I was an emotional wreck and crashed downstairs in my office. But I have no alibi for that missing time. I didn't stop anywhere for gas, talk on the phone with anyone, nothing. Mel, please say you believe me. I can't go through this without knowing you do. I know I have no right to ask you, but I need your support. I'll gladly pay for my mistakes with you, but not behind bars for something I didn't do. I don't want to think that you're capable of such a thing. I want to believe that I know the man I've spent nearly half my life with. I choked, my senses overloaded, as I tried to process all of what he was throwing at me. But the evidence is pretty damning. I assume the fact that you were having an affair, in their opinion, was your motive? Do they think that you killed her because you couldn't figure out any other way to end the relationship? Was she threatening to tell me? Jack struggled to maintain his composure as he wiped away the tears soaking his face on his dirty orange sleeve. The stress of the last few days, coupled with the injury to his face, made him look like a withered old man. The last time I'd seen him look so distraught was when he stayed at his father's bedside for 3 days as the man lay dying of cancer. The haunted look behind his eyes ripped me apart as I watched his features contort with pain. Something he said earlier hit me, the words bursting back to the forefront of my mind while the acid in my stomach churned. "And what do you mean, after she told me? What did she tell you, Jack? What did she say that made you leave in such a hurry?" Jack's expression fell, the shock real. "Oh, Jesus. You don't know. Okay, wait. Mel, where have you been the last 4 days?" "What does that have to do with this conversation, Jack?" "You haven't talked to my attorney or been interviewed by the police yet, have you?" My anger from earlier waned. Icy tendrils of fear clawed inside me. What is he getting at? "No, I haven't. I've been hiding out from the fracas, trying to pull myself together and make sense out of this living nightmare that you've put us in. But that is beside the point, Jack. You want me to believe that you didn't kill Serena, yet the police arrested you and charged you with capital murder. Why? What was your motive? What did she tell you?" Jack's hand shook as he wiped his face. I noticed the burn scar on his left hand was more prominent than ever from lack of sunlight. He'd earned that scar while pushing me out of harm's way when I tripped and stumbled towards a campfire our first year of marriage. Now we both wore scars inflicted by the other, except the one on my heart wasn't visible. "Mel, before I answer that, I want to say this first. I love you. Always have, always will. I will never be able to take back the awful things I've done. Never be able to heal the damage I've caused you, our family, or friends. I was a dope, a middle-aged fool who sought validation of my manhood from someone other than my wife. For that I am truly sorry. You didn't deserve this. Nothing you did or didn't do caused me to stray. It was my own fault, my own lack of morality and loss of willpower. I never had feelings for her, Mel. She never got inside my heart and soul. Couldn't have. They're already occupied by you." Tears were streaming down his face, and my own dripped onto the cheap formica that separated us. His words hit me like an emotional freight train, my heart spinning from the heartfelt, genuine pleas. But the knowledge that he was about to drop another bomb on me, one that my gut seemed to know would ruin everything, gnawed inside me. "Motive, Jack," I said. My voice so low I doubted he heard me. "Serena told me, right before I left, that she was 3 months pregnant with our child. And the police think that's why I killed her." My world crumpled as the acid in my stomach burned a hole through me. "You bastard," I hissed into the mouthpiece, slamming the phone down and standing up so fast I tripped over the chair. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe, nor could I hear the sounds around me. Someone grabbed my arm and helped me up. I tried to free their grip, but it was too tight. I looked up and realized it was the guard who signed me in. "Bathroom, please," I mumbled through my hand that was clamped across my mouth. "Hang on, ma'am, it's this way." The guard held on and managed to keep me upright as we stumbled out the door. My eyes were unable to focus on anything but the brightly lit hallway that would take me out of this hellhole and away from the lying, cheating mouth of my soon-to-be ex-husband. "Honey, y'all need water or something?" "No, thank you." "Are you sure? Kind of green around the gills still." I leaned over the sink and turned the water on, re-wet the paper towels in my hand, and applied them to the back of my neck. The woman who had been sitting next to me in the visitor's room stared at me with knowing eyes and smacked her gum. "Really, I'm fine. What I would like, though, is some gum. Do you happen to have any more?" My voice shook. "Sure thing, darling. Here, this'll help set y'all right," she said after fumbling around in her bag. "Lord, I ain't seen nobody spew that hard since I was a teenager." I took the gum, unwrapped it, and popped it into my mouth. I hated peppermint, but it was better than the taste in there already. "Thank you." "No thanks needed. First time in here, I did the same thing. Twice in the parking lot when I left." "How did you—" "Honey, y'all reek of newbie. The hair, the clothes, those shoes. And your man in there? He better learn to hide that fear. Ain't no room for fear in jail. Show it, and he'll end up looking like he got hit by a truck. Worse than he already does." Though I appreciated the gum, I had no desire to stay in the filthy bathroom inside the bowels of the jail and continue this conversation. I had to get outside and clear my head. Problem was, I had no idea which direction I should turn when I left the bathroom. What happens to him at this point is his problem, not mine. Besides, I don't plan on returning to see if he has any more wounds. So could you please point me in the direction of the front entrance? My visit is officially over. "Yep, newbie. Listen, sweetie, let me share some things with you. One, you can't just waltz around the halls like you own the place. We walked in here as a group and we leave as a group. Them's the rules. Visiting time is over now, but thanks to that little show y'all put on in there, it's a bit longer today. Everyone is waiting outside so we can leave together." "Oh, that's just great," I muttered. Number 2, those dividers don't mask anything. I didn't hear all, but enough to know that he was cheating on you and that he's up for murder. Them's hard pills to swallow. Y'all married?" "Not for much longer." "Well, now's the time y'all find out what taking vows really means. You either stand by 'em or walk away. I'll tell you, it's a choice that ain't easy to make." I'd heard enough. I moved to the door and jerked it open. "Well, it isn't hard for me. I won't step foot in this place ever again." "Sass it up now, Missy, but that's just anger talking. Y'all be back. I can see it in your face." I didn't respond or look her way again as we exited the bathroom and followed our group to the jail exit. I had to force myself not to scream at everyone to hurry the hell up. I wanted to run down the halls and never look back. I wanted to tell the brazen woman she didn't know me, had no idea what I would or would not do. How could she when I didn't even know? I wanted to walk up to the guard who kept giving me the evil eye and ask him what his problem was. He stared at me like I was his enemy and I didn't know him from Adam. I wanted the glass that had separated Jack from my fingers to have magically disappeared, so I could have strangled him. But mostly, I wanted this horrific dream to end. Please, God, let me wake up. Chapter 8, Thursday afternoon. Anger consumed me, blinding my vision with a dark red haze. I stepped outside wanting to scream at the top of my lungs, wanting to hit something. My fingers clenched as fury ripped my sanity to shreds. I was already beginning to sweat. I scrounged through my purse for my sunglasses, only to catch my wedding ring on the clasp. Freeing my hand, I stared at the shimmering gemstone with disdain. The gold circle that held the exquisite diamond shone in the sunlight, but instead of the beauty of the colors, all I saw was red. The symbol of unity, of uniting two hearts as one under the eyes of God, seemed laughable now. To love, honor, and cherish my ass. I forced the tears that threatened to overtake me down, the emotional urge squashed by my rising rage. In a huff, not thinking about anything other than putting as much distance between myself and the jail as possible, I began to walk. My original plan with Regina was to call a cab when my visit with Jack was over, since she would be across town picking up my mom. That plan was now blown to smithereens. It was all I could do to remember how to walk. Operating a phone was impossible in my current state. Putting one foot in front of the other was all the skill I had left in me. The walk under the relentless sun left me sweating and took me through some of the seedier areas of downtown Little Rock. I ignored my safety and well-being, almost hoping that someone would dare approach me. I would have welcomed the distraction and the chance to unleash my wrath on any unsuspecting passerby. Cars honked, and disgusting innuendos were hurled, but no one tried to hassle me. I guessed my anger made me seem taller and more of an opposing figure. Maybe it was the way my feet stomped on the hot pavement as I strode down the cracked sidewalks. How am I supposed to handle all of this? What the hell am I going to do now?
Melody, what in the world are you doing?
Through the pea-soup haze of my mental meanderings, I heard the familiar voice calling. Roger's black BMW had pulled up alongside the curb, and he leaned across the passenger seat.
Get in.
No, I need to walk, clear my head, I said, and kept walking.
This is not a good area of town to take an afternoon stroll through, Melody. Please get in. Wouldn't want some rogue reporter who works the crime beat to see you now, would you? I don't think you're ready to face the press just yet. Or Detective Knowles, who has been hounding me for your statement. Those things I hadn't considered when I started on the trek to my car. Oh, who was I kidding? My thoughts were consumed with images of my life sinking into a mud hole. My internal hysteria left little room for anything else. Without a word, I turned around, walked back to his car, and opened the door. After I was situated, Roger jerked the wheel hard and headed toward the office. Awkward silence enveloped us until he spoke. I really wish you would have told me your true plans for the day, Melody. I would have done my best to persuade you otherwise. This was not a good idea.
I don't think I can handle a lecture right now.
Cold, hard facts aren't a lecture. They are simply the truth. I assume your visit did not bode well with you.
I snorted. You assumed correctly. Say, how did you know that I... Roger's eyes cut over to me, his irritation clear.
I knew the danger was there when you sent the text saying you were coming to get your car. Besides, I have connections in the jail. I asked to be informed of any visitors who came to see Jack. I was afraid this might happen.
Small damned town. I tried to hold the catty response that danced on the tip of my tongue in check. I couldn't afford to lose my job since it looked like I would be the sole contributor to the household for, oh God, who knew how long. I knew Roger was perturbed at me for going to see Jack and didn't want to make things worse. I needed to see him, Roger. I had to look him in the face when I talked to him about this situation. I can tell when he's lying. Roger pulled into the parking deck and tried to hide the doubt on his face by turning his head to fiddle with his window and insert his security key into the card reader. I caught a glimpse of his raised eyebrow before he looked away, which was a dead giveaway to his thoughts.
Can you? Lie detectors, even human ones, are not always reliable and can be easily fooled by a skilled liar.
The heat of embarrassment tinged with a smidgen of anger crept up my neck. That was low, Roger.
It wasn't said in the form of a dig at you or your marriage, Melody. It's a mere statement of fact.
I didn't respond as we wound around through the parking deck to the top level where we both parked. Roger was right, and I understood the point he was trying to make. For the last 4 months, my husband had been cheating on me, and I had been oblivious. But then it hit me. I never asked Jack because it didn't occur to me to do so. I'd been too wrapped up inside my own depression to really focus on what was going on with him. Had I asked him, would he have been able to lie to me convincingly? Would he have caved and told me the truth? I tried to think back over the span of our 21 years together to recall if he'd ever lied to me before. I couldn't readily recall any instance where he had. Hell, even when he tried to plan a surprise 30th birthday party for me and I called him out on it, he faltered. He had stuttered some inane excuse which I saw right through.
though I pretended not to. I didn't want to ruin the surprise he'd worked so hard to achieve. Had I confronted him about the affair, would I have been able to see through his lie? Were the eyes that stared through the glass at me earlier telling me the truth when he spouted his innocence? Or was he just a desperate man clinging to the last person who he hoped would believe in him, despite the mound of evidence stacked against him? There was only one way to find out. "Roger, I need to go see Bertrand." His hands hovered over the steering wheel while he formulated a response. I could tell he wasn't sure if he should shut his car off or not. He leaned back in his seat and stared at me for a few seconds before asking, "Are you sure?" "Yes. I want to see the evidence against him. Jack told me some things today that I believe will require my own eyes to look at before I make my next move." Roger let out a small sigh and rubbed his forehead while chewing on his cheek. "Did he tell you everything?" "If you mean about Serena being pregnant and the video purportedly showing him returning to the hotel after he claims he left, then yes." "Melody, why don't you wait until tomorrow? Today has been traumatic enough." "Roger, it's much easier to rip the bandage off in one fell swoop rather than peel it back slowly and feel the agony of every hair being ripped out. The pain may be intense, but it's over quicker when it happens all at once." "That certainly is an interesting metaphor and one that I can't really argue with. You're one tough cookie, I'll give you that." "It has nothing to do with toughness. It is more about necessity. Waffling back and forth about my husband's guilt or innocence is tearing me apart. I can't think with a clear head when talking to him. I'm too emotionally involved and easily swayed by his words. I need to see the evidence for myself, then make a decision, one way or another. I have to know." Roger nodded in slow agreement. I think realizing that he couldn't argue with my logic or say anything that would dissuade me. "I'll call Bertrand's office and set it up. Do you want me to go with you?" "No, I'll be fine. My heart's already broken, so there's nothing left to break. But thank you for the offer. I'll head that way now. Please let him know I'm on my way and that I won't take no for an answer." I exited Roger's car before he could respond and headed to the elevator. Bertrand's office was on the third floor of our building, and though I couldn't stand the obnoxious little jerk and loathed the idea of talking to him, I was glad his office was close to ours. "Mrs. Dickinson, please have a seat." "Thank you for seeing me on such short notice, Mr. LaFont. I'm sure I don't need to explain why." "Well, if it weren't for your boss letting me know that you were still alive, I would have begun to worry about you. Generally, the loved ones of a client are knocking down my door to offer their assistance in helping in the defense of the wrongfully accused." Oh, God, this is going to be harder than I thought. He gives me the creeps. I forced myself to sit down and watch his short frame waddle over to the other side of the enormous conference room table. His salt and pepper hair was slicked back, his dark brown eyes intense, and his pudgy body poured inside an expensive suit. It made the stuff Roger wore look like something bought off the rack. If ever there was a man that looked the part of a shyster lawyer, Bertrand LaFont fit the bill. Inwardly, I cringed at the thought of the low-life criminals who had sat in the very same spot that I was now, waiting to hear their high-priced lawyer's plan to keep them out of jail. Never a place I thought I'd be. Dear God, give me strength. He busied himself with several files and then buzzed his assistant. "Liz, please bring in the CD that has the surveillance tape in the Dickinson case. I believe it is still in my disk drive. Oh, and some water and coffee. I'm afraid Mrs. Dickinson looks a bit parched." "I'm fine, thank you. If we could just get started. It's been a very long day for me." He swiveled his high-back leather chair around to face me. No, to study me. His eyes didn't miss a thing. "Yes, I heard. Understand you went to visit your husband today." I'm sure he was relieved to see you.
I did. His thoughts or feelings on the matter are not what I came here for, Mr. Lafont. He leaned forward and placed his elbows on the glossy table, lacing his stubby fingers together. The smile on his face wasn't friendly or comforting. It was downright eerie.
Yes, I know why you are here. But before we get started, I have some questions I need to ask you. Ones that hopefully will assist me in providing a top-notch defense for your husband.
Hold it together. You knew he would ask questions that would be difficult to hear. Tell the bare minimum. I had a chance to mentally prepare myself when his assistant entered and set down the items he requested. She walked out, and I realized as I watched him pour a glass of water that I was thirsty. He must have sensed it too and poured a second glass, gathered up the files in front of him, then walked over to where I sat.
Please have a drink. This could take a while, and I don't want you to lose your voice.
He sat down right next to me. His overpriced cologne made me want to vomit.
Let's begin, shall we?
Okay. I took a hefty sip, hoping it would ease my queasy stomach.
You've had several days to contemplate the situation. Plus, you met with your husband today. Do you believe your husband killed Serena Rowland?
Wow, right off the bat. Way to shove the dagger deep. I'm not going to answer that, Mr. Lafont, unless you extend me the same courtesy. Do you believe Jack is responsible for Serena's death? Mr. Lafont squinted, the shock of my question requiring a few seconds for him to formulate an answer. It was a calculated risk asking him, but my hope was that he would whip out the typical attorney card and sidestep it.
It is the job of the jury to decide Mr. Dickinson's guilt or innocence, not mine. My role is to provide him with the best defense possible and raise reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors, nothing more, nothing less. My personal views regarding this case are not essential to my defending it.
Gamble taken. Hand won. Nor are mine, I said, hoping my reply carried enough temerity for him to leave the question dead in the water. My eyes locked with his, stern and determined. He recognized the brick wall, backed up, and came at me from another direction.
Were you aware that your husband was seeing Miss Rowland?
No, I was not.
When did you find out?
Monday morning.
Did he tell you?
No, I figured it out on my own.
Mrs. Dickinson, please don't be trite. I'm trying to understand every single piece of this case to help your husband. You do realize that he's been charged with capital murder?
I swallowed another sip of water, hoping it would cool the rising anger inside of me. Yes, Mr. Lafont, I do. Perhaps if you wish different answers, you should ask different questions. Anger flushed behind his eyes, and I offered him a wicked smirk.
As you wish. What evidence led you to discover that your husband was sleeping with Serena Rowland?
I found 2 pair of pink silk underwear Monday morning. One pair was in the mouth of our dog, Simba. The other pair was in his travel bag, along with another cell phone in his briefcase that I was unaware he had. It buzzed with the alert that a message was waiting to be viewed, and I looked to see what it was. It was a picture of a woman's torso wearing the same type of underwear. I also found a receipt for Friday night at the Duchess. Although it wasn't possible to make out the identity of the woman in the text, I recognized the incoming telephone number as that of a coworker of mine, Serena Rowland. How's that? He was too busy taking notes to come back with a tart reply to my sarcasm.
What time was this?
About 6:45 a.m. We were getting ready for work.
Did you confront Mr. Dickinson?
Yes. I yelled for him to come downstairs, and then I showed him what I found.
Did he deny the affair?
He did not. Caved like a kid caught red-handed stealing candy.
Then what happened?
Well, there was a lot of yelling, mostly from me, and a lot of pleading and crying, mostly from him. I told him I wanted him out of the house before I got home from work. He begged me to stay home and talk things through, although I think he was more worried that I was going to go to work and kick Serena's ass. I believe at one point I mentioned something along those lines.
So you threatened to harm Ms. Rowland?
I saw the glint of interest behind his beady eyes. I was angry, Mr. Lafont, hurt and in pain. I lashed out at my husband. Who wouldn't when they just found out that their spouse of 20-plus years was having an affair? I didn't threaten her life. I believe my exact words were, "If you call that bitch and warn her I plan on having her fired today, I'll kick both of your asses." Mr. Lafont leaned back in his chair and chewed on the tip of his pen, eyeing me. I could see the wheels spinning as he internally navigated what question would be next. He was trying to unnerve me by making me wait, but I'd seen Roger perform the same mental jousting with clients and kept my cool and my silence. It was 2 minutes before he spoke.
Before your little tete-a-tete with Mr. Dickinson Monday, when was the last time you spoke with him?
Friday morning before 9.
And what was the extent of the conversation?
Mundane household things, you know. We were both going out of town for the weekend, so making sure we each had everything we needed packed, household items unplugged, that sort of thing.
Yes, you mentioned earlier that you were gone for the weekend with a friend. Can you prove that?
He thinks I'm involved. Typical. My friend Regina paid for our hotel room, but I bought dinner and paid for our massages at the spa, so yes. Plus, we stopped at Fred's Stop and Go on Highway 70 to pick up dog food on our way back. I have that receipt as well.
Your friend's last name and the name of the hotel, please?
Pearson. Regina Pearson. Mountaintop Retreat at Lake Wachita.
When did you leave for this trip and when did you arrive back home?
Regina picked me up around 8:30 Friday morning and dropped me off close to 10 on Sunday night.
Was Mr. Dickinson still at home when you left, or had he already left?
He was still there.
Was Mr. Dickinson home when you arrived back?
Yes, he was sleeping already, though, so we didn't talk. I finished some laundry and went to bed around midnight.
Interesting. You didn't wake him up to let him know you were home?
Steady. Don't show your frustration. No, I did not. I let him sleep. I figured the conference I assumed he'd attended was exhausting, as they usually are, so I let him rest.
So the next morning you found out about the affair and confronted him. Did you discuss at all the fact that Ms. Rowland was dead?
I didn't know she was until I arrived at work later, so no.
Did Mr. Dickinson say or give any indication that you can recall that perhaps you missed at the time of the argument, which would lead you to believe he knew about her passing?
No.
Did he admit to being with her at the hotel?
Yes, although during our argument that morning, the particulars weren't mentioned. Once he admitted to the affair, things became quite heated, and I left for work.
So you never noticed anything during the conversation, no mannerisms or facial expressions that would indicate he was hiding something else?
No, nothing.
All right, let me recap here. You both left town on Friday. You for a weekend vacation with a friend, and Mr. Dickinson purportedly left for a conference, but was actually with Miss Rowland at the Duchess. You arrived back home late Sunday night. On Monday morning, you find out he has been having an affair with Miss Rowland, and a heated conversation ensues. Nothing came up during the confrontation about the fact that Miss Rowland was already dead, and then you left for work. When did you find out about Miss Rowland?
Good summation. Let's see, I left the house late, around 8:45. I think I made it to work close to 9. I went in to talk to Roger about the situation, to tell him what was going on. I requested that the firm let Serena go, considering the circumstances. That's when Roger told me.
Your story is that you were unaware of Miss Rowland's demise until that point, correct?
It's not a story, Mr. LaFont. It's the truth.
One person's truth may be another's lie, Mrs. Dickinson.
That's enough. Look, Mr. LaFont, I didn't come here to be grilled like I'm on trial. My husband is the one sitting in jail, not me. I came here for some answers to this whole nightmare. I could have gone to the police to find all this out, but I didn't. I came to you, the man who is supposed to be defending him. Let me make a few things very clear. I didn't know about the affair until 4 days ago. I did not kill that girl and don't appreciate your veiled insinuations that I did. I want to believe my husband didn't do it, but honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. I thought my visit with him today might help to clear things up for me, but it only made things worse. When I looked into the eyes of the man I've spent almost half my life with, heard his words, I wanted to believe him. But that is an emotional response. I'm here now because I want to know, I want to see exactly what evidence is against him. Then I can make a decision based upon facts and not wants or wishes. Raw and exposed, like I was naked in the middle of a room full of perverts, was how I felt. Mr. LaFont's gaze was piercing, dirty, like he had some sort of X-ray vision into my heart. I sensed him crawling under my skin, burrowing his way through my thoughts as he watched me intently. I knew his type well enough to realize that he wasn't going to offer anything up without prodding. So I took the reins. Jack told me Serena was pregnant. Did the autopsy report concur? He waited for what seemed like an eternity before he answered.
Yes.
Arrow 1 launched. Target hit. Do you have a copy of the autopsy report?
Yes.
May I see it, please?
Mrs. Dickinson, autopsy reports are technical and require—
Mr. LaFont, you seem to have forgotten where I work. I've read plenty during my employment with Mr. Stanek. I understand the technical jargon.
As you wish,
he said, then opened the thick file and flipped through the pages until he found it. He shoved the report over to me. The report noted all the bruises and markings on Serena's upper body, arrows indicating specific places of damage. I scanned further down, and my stomach knotted up as I read her injuries. A broken nose, her right cheekbone shattered, 4 teeth knocked out. Evidence of recent sexual activity, but rape not suspected. Pregnancy noted, the baby at close to 12 weeks. Time of death around 11 o'clock a.m. on Saturday morning. Cause of death was listed as asphyxiation due to strangulation. This was a vicious attack by someone consumed by rage. Jack? No way. He just isn't the type. I reached the last page of the report, felt the photos underneath, and knew I couldn't handle looking at them. Reading about Serena's violent death was enough. I closed the file and pushed it back over to Mr. LaFont.
Well, your thoughts?
I took a deep breath and tried to keep my voice steady. My husband is simply not capable of the violence inflicted on Serena. A monster did this. And that monster is not my Jack.
So you are saying that Mr. Dickinson has never displayed any violence toward you or others?
No, never.
Even during arguments over the years, he never really yelled. The only time I ever saw him really angry was... I stopped, wishing I'd just kept my mouth shut. "When, Mrs. Dickinson?" "Too late now. Monday morning. I couldn't shut the alarm clock off. It was stuck, and when Jack tried, he couldn't either. He flung it against the wall, and it broke." No longer looking at me, Mr. Lafont concentrated on scribbling notes on his pad. "Was this before or after you found out about the affair?" "Before." "And before then, your recollection is that he hadn't acted aggressively in the past?" "That's right." "But he was angry that morning before you spoke to him about the affair, correct?" "Damn, should have kept your mouth shut." "Yes." "Why do you think he was so angry, Mrs. Dickinson?" I let out an exasperated huff. "I don't know. You'd have to ask Jack." Mr. Lafont looked up from the paper. "Mr. Dickinson already related this story to me, complete with the details of the broken alarm clock. According to him, he was struggling with the fact that he had to tell you about the affair and the pregnancy." Ouch. Another direct hit. Time to shift gears again. "You said you have surveillance video from the hotel. I would like to watch it, please." Mr. Lafont gave a curt nod of his head and retrieved the CD. He inserted it, fired the big screen television up, and walked back over to his seat with the remote control before pressing play. My pulse quickened as the screen lit up. The footage was fairly clear. The camera faced the elevator, and 3 rooms on each side of the hallway could be seen. According to the timestamp, Serena exited the elevator at 11:15, right after check-in. She went into the first room on the left, alone. Then the images sped up as time whizzed by on the screen. Out of my peripheral vision, I could see Mr. Lafont pushing the button to fast forward. At 7:30 that night, Jack exited the elevator and knocked on the same door. His gait was unsteady, his jeans and shirt disheveled, his travel bag on his shoulder and briefcase firmly in hand. A piece of my heart died when the door opened, and a scantily clad Serena lunged out of the doorway and greeted him with a kiss he hungrily returned. They disappeared inside. Arrow number 2. Dead center. The tape sped up again to the next morning. Just as Jack said, the door opened at 10:15 on Saturday morning, and he sprinted out of the room to the elevator, Serena right behind him. It was clear that she was yelling at him, and when Jack retreated to the elevator and the doors closed, she flipped him off, stormed back inside the room, and slammed the door. The tape kept rolling. When I realized Mr. Lafont wasn't going to stop it, I knew what was coming next would destroy my world. At 10:30, the elevator doors opened and out walked Jack, minus his bag and briefcase, plus his favorite Chicago Cubs ball cap. He was wearing black gloves. At least it looked like Jack. The hat was pulled down over his face, and he almost seemed aware of the video camera's location because he kept his head low, the brim covering his features. In 3 long strides, he was back at the door and knocking. Serena opened it, looking surprised to see him back. She didn't move to let him inside, so he landed a punch dead center on her nose. She crumpled, and he shoved her inside, flinging the door shut behind him. Less than 10 minutes later, he exited the room and took the stairs rather than the elevator. Arrow number 3. Right in the heart. With a quick flick of his hand, Mr. Lafont stopped the playback. Too numb to formulate even one word, I sat like a stone and stared at the blank screen, feeling shattered. I was married to a monster. Dear God. There is one more piece of evidence we received just yesterday from the prosecuting attorney. Here, Mr. Lafont said, sliding over a glossy 8x10 picture. The investigators went to the lingerie shop at Park Hill Plaza. One of the employees snapped the picture on her cell phone. Thought she could use it to convince her boyfriend that men really did come into the store to buy sexy gifts for their women. I swallowed hard and looked down. The room began to darken as the walls of what sanity I had left closed in, crushing me like a bug under a heavy shoe. The Chicago Cubs hat, the dark curly hair, a pair of pink silk panties in one hand, while the other reached for a bin that held countless others. I didn't need to see the face to know that I was staring at Jack while he purchased the underwear I found at the house. Underwear identical to the pair used to strangle poor Serena. Mrs. Dickinson. I knew what the little twerp was going to ask me. Holding up my hand to stop him, I nodded my head yes, then bolted out of my seat to the door, Mr. Lafont's words falling on deaf ears. Arrow number 4. I'm dead. My car was still in its spot in the parking deck. Though it had sat under the cover of the concrete roof the last 4 days, the air inside was stifling. It took 5 minutes for the air conditioner to cool the black leather enough so I could breathe. After running through the building and out to the parking deck like a crazy woman, my chest was heaving. My tires squalled as I rounded each level, and I zoomed up I-40 like a bat out of hell. The pace made my frantic drive to work on Monday look like a toddler had been behind the wheel. With no clue where I was going and not caring, I let my body take over and steer me whatever direction it decided to go. Somehow, about 40 minutes later, I snapped out of my numbed state and realized I was pulling into the parking lot of Pinnacle Mountain State Park. It was quite odd since I had been traveling in the opposite direction earlier and didn't remember turning around. Thankfully, the parking lot was almost empty, which meant the climb to the top of the peak wouldn't be crowded with people. I shut the engine off and stared at the sign that said East Summit Trail. God, how many times in my youth had I trekked the 2-mile trail up to the summit? I hadn't been here in years. The last time I hiked the rugged trail was on my 35th birthday. Then 2 weeks later, I'd torn my ACL while playing tennis. After 2 surgeries, I had feared re-injuring my knee and given up hiking. I glanced down at my phone, seeing all the missed calls, text messages, and voicemail alerts. It was just a piece of plastic with metal guts, but it sure could bring a lot of heartache and pain. As I exited the car, I threw it on the passenger seat next to my purse and locked the door. I attacked the trail like a woman possessed, the rocks digging into my feet through the thin soles of Regina's shoes. Overgrown tree limbs yanked and pulled at my hair and skin. The afternoon gnats and mosquitoes buzzed around me. Sweat dripped from my hairline into my eyes. I ignored it all. The pain in my feet I welcomed. The insect stings to my body and the burning in my lungs as I gulped in the humid air with each footfall, I relished. The stitch in my side, the shooting daggers behind my knee. I used it all as a mental blanket. I embraced anything that would blot out the agony inside my heart and stifle the gut-wrenching truth that my life would never be the same. Run, Mel, to the top. It all can end at the top. Don't stop, just run. Twice I lost my footing and nearly fell down the steep cliff. I stopped at the second near miss when I heard strange laughter in front of me. If other hikers were headed my way, I needed to shift direction before they saw me and decided to be friendly and offer idle banter to a fellow hiker. I was in no mood to talk to anyone in a civil tone, much less a complete stranger. Then, to my surprise, I realized the maniacal laughter came from me. Oh, God! I am losing it. I picked up the pace and raced to the peak. The sun was starting its slow descent in the west and casting vibrant shades of orange and red across the jagged slopes. The clouds above me looked like carnival cotton candy. It was beautiful. Somehow being on top of the summit and staring down at the world made me feel closer to God. So I let him have it as I collapsed in a drenched pile on a boulder, my words screaming inside my head. I know you told Job not to question you, because your ways are not ours. You see everything, know everything, past, present, and future. Our little human brains can't fathom the realm you reside in, nor how you think. I get that. But I'm human, Lord. I don't understand why you put me on this earth. To experience this? All this sorrow, heartache, pain? What doesn't kill me is supposed to make me stronger, right? We're wrong. I'm not strong, I'm weak, tormented, broken beyond repair. If I had the strength right at the moment, I'd go ahead and continue this conversation face to face. Jump right off the edge and be done with it. Why? You placed Jack in my life as my partner, my husband. I knew that the moment we met. I've been a devoted wife my entire marriage, and for what? This is what I had to look forward to? Spending the rest of my days here alone as the wife of a man behind bars for killing his lover? I don't understand. You denied me the ability to conceive, yet Jack fathered a child with another. It's all too much to comprehend. I can't deal with this. Can't live with all this agony. Please, God, if you ever loved me, make the pain stop. Make it stop! I screamed, yanking the symbol of my marriage off my finger and flinging it across the open expanse. My words and the loud sobs that followed were heard only by the silent trees and hidden animals of the forest, overlooking the raging Arkansas River. Chapter 9. Thursday evening. Witham, did you see this? Shift Sergeant Tommy Collins boomed across the pod. Bill Witham looked up from his desk and the paperwork he'd just finished and watched his supervisor waddle over to him. The dark blue uniform of the sergeant stretched and bulged, the seams pushed to their limit by his enormous weight. Bill forced his face to remain neutral and not give away the disgusted thoughts he had toward the rotund jerk. See what, sir? This. The note on Dickinson. He was supposed to go to the infirmary today and have that eye looked at. Why didn't you take him? Trying to cover up your work, huh, Sarge? Bill thought to himself. Sergeant Collins' breath was so rank that Bill could smell it, and he was still 10 feet away. He couldn't stand being so close to the overweight, out-of-shape blob. Any other day he would have had to bite his tongue and save his nasty comments for the locker room at shift change. But not this evening. This evening Bill needed the interaction, craved it. It was crucial to his plan, because the night would end the way he'd meticulously planned it during the past 36 hours. I'm sorry, sir. Today was visiting day and things were busier than normal. I forgot. I'll take him tomorrow. Sergeant Collins slammed the file from inmate Jack Dickinson down on the desk next to Bill. No, you will not. That cut is infected for sure. Could tell last night when I came on duty. That's why I wrote this. He squawked, pointing to the note on the front jacket. Because he ain't getting all sick and puking on my watch. No way. Besides, he could have some disease or gunga-cockty gunk that ain't no antibiotic could touch. What if he spreads it around? I don't want none of that crap. You take him now. Ain't got no distractions as an excuse at damn near midnight, boy. Bill hid the raging storm inside him well. Years of playing through sports injuries had taught him how to mask his feelings. He wanted to grab the cop wannabe by his chunky throat and squeeze until he never made another sound. Bill knew he could take him easy. 6'6" against 5'9" was a cakewalk. Bill had a permanent limp from his accident, but the rest of his body, especially his hands, were lightning fast and strong. No time to live out that fantasy at the moment. I have other dreams to fulfill, Bill thought, a faint hint of a smile on his lips. Yes, sir, sorry, sir. I'll take him right now. Damn right you will, lazy no-good jock, Sergeant Collins snorted, walking away. Bill called the infirmary and forced his smile to remain hidden when he heard the bored male voice on the other end. Firm. Bringing down inmate Dickinson for a look-see, potential infection, be there in 15. Oh, joy, bandaging a boo-boo, I'm too excited for words, drawled the on-staff RN, Frank Jefferson. Out of all the medical staff that could have been on duty, Frank was the one that Bill had hoped for. The guy was a lowlife and not much better than the inmates. He'd lost his nursing license twice in less than 2 years for testing positive for marijuana and prescription drugs, once while on the job. The reasons the state of Arkansas let him have his license back still eluded Bill, but tonight it was like winning the lottery. Easy peasy. Bill hung up the phone and heard Sergeant Collins across the pod barking orders at the incoming and outgoing staff for the night. Bill glanced around the area to check if the coast was clear, opened up his drawer and grabbed the small plastic casing he'd brought from home. The slender inch-long piece, meant for pencil refills, slid with ease under the band of his watch, unnoticeable to anyone but Bill. Satisfied it was securely in place, Bill stood up and made his way toward cell block D7, concentrating on keeping his smile contained. He made one pit stop. Inside the stall, Bill reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out the 3 remaining Oreos from his dinner. Like he used to as a child, he twisted the cookie until the creamy center was exposed. With delicate moves of his meaty hand, Bill dribbled several drops of peanut oil onto the white filling, then replaced the hard cookie cover. Not enough to leak out or give a hint as to the alterations, but enough to be deadly to someone with a severe allergy to peanuts. Satisfied with his work, Bill replaced the cookies in their original plastic wrap and headed toward his target. Justice is coming, my love. Justice is coming. Dickinson, wake up. Sarge says you gotta have that eye checked out. Jack Dickinson's head jerked at the sound of Bill's voice. You know the drill, hands through here. Jack moved slowly, his mind still fuzzy from sleep. He eyed the jailer from his bunk and blinked several times before standing on wobbly legs. Now? Yes, now, not my orders, but Sarge's. Kinda took a butt chewing for not taking you sooner. Won't take but a few minutes. Bill knew Jack didn't trust any of the staff since Sarge had been the one who cracked his head to begin with. He would have to work at his sweet-talk game to gain Jack's trust during the short walk to the infirmary. Bill sensed Jack's reluctance to come closer to the bars. Look, I just want to go home. Sarge says I can't leave until I get you looked at. So let's just get it over with, okay? Jack nodded and moved over to the bars, then turned around and put his hands through the small opening. Bill secured the cuffs with a loud click. Stand back, opening the door, Bill instructed, and leaned toward the microphone on his shoulder. Badge 647 to station. Unlock D74. Copy that. The metal creaked and groaned as the heavy door slid open. Bill watched Jack lumber out of the cell into the hallway. Let's go. Sooner we get there, sooner you can get back to bed. They moved through the maze of locked doors and cell blocks, and Bill decided it was time to start the idle chit-chat before they made it to the side of the jail that housed the infirmary. "So, you had a visitor today, huh? Who was she? Your attorney?" "No, my wife," Jack said, his voice cautious. "Well, I'll be. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense since she seemed a little too upset when she left to just be your lawyer," Bill remarked and paused, enjoying watching the pain cross Jack's face. "So she finally came to see you, huh? That's a good sign. Usually they come to visit during the first week. They'll stick by you. At least that's what I've seen during my time here." "I sure hope so. I don't care what the world thinks about me. Only my wife." "Understandable. We all want the support of the ones we love, right? Whether we're guilty or innocent." Jack looked up for the first time since they started their walk. "I am innocent." "Oh, if I had $1 for every time I've heard that, I'd be rich living in a cabin on the lake without a care in the world, except for when I was going to go fishing again and if I had enough bait." They rounded the last corner. Bill knew he had to hurry. "Hey, who am I to judge? I'm just the gatekeeper, so to speak. Deciding guilt or innocence is way above my pay grade. But I'll tell you, in all the years I've been here, I ain't never seen a man so emphatic about it. You got a good lawyer?" Bill saw the ice break behind Jack's haunted eyes. "Yes, the best. But no matter what happens, I know I'm innocent. God knows I'm innocent. The only person I worry about convincing is my wife." Bill and Jack stopped at the double doors leading to the infirmary. Bill watched Jack out of the corner of his eye while he fumbled with the key card to unlock the doors. He sensed Jack was warming up to him. He'd counted on it. Since Jack was older and injured, he'd been in a cell alone for the past 2 days. The lack of human contact and conversation drove some inmates nuts and made them willing to seek out any sort of connection when offered the chance. Inside the first set of doors, where Bill knew from experience the cameras of the jail didn't reach, he would only have a few moments to unleash his plan. "Hey, look, I just want to apologize for what Sarge did," he said as he pointed at Jack's swollen eye. "You caught him on a bad day, but that ain't no excuse for what he did. Thing is, he just lost a loved one and he probably wasn't thinking straight. But that still ain't fair to you. And it's my fault for not doing right by you and bringing you down here to get patched up earlier. Can't break the blue code and snitch on him for what he did. Gotta keep my job, you know?" Bill was convincing and he knew it. He watched Jack's feeble grin and nod of understanding and enjoyed the rush of excitement as his plan flowed smoothly. Bill swiped his card over the reader and ushered Jack into the quiet infirmary. The door closed behind them, and Bill unlocked the cuffs and let Jack move his hands to the front before recuffing him. Jack produced a faint smile at the kind gesture, and Bill returned it with his own grin. Bill watched with minor disgust as Frank Jefferson lanced the cut above Jack's eyebrow and drained the greenish pus from the wound. To Jack's credit, he didn't wince when the scalpel slid through his flesh, and Frank pinched the folds of the skin together to release the fluid. "There, all finished. Last thing is some antibiotics. I'm going to give you a shot to speed things up, then get you on a full round in pill form. Make sure you take them until they're gone." Jack looked perplexed, and Bill almost laughed. "Don't worry, Mr. Dickinson. Inmates on medication are brought their pills with breakfast by the nurse on duty. We won't let you forget. Any medication you are allergic to?" Jack turned around and fumbled to lower his pants with his cuffed hands. "No, only peanuts." Bill forced himself to remain quiet. He watched Frank load the syringe up and swipe the alcohol-soaked cotton across Jack's rump. When Frank slid the needle into his flesh, Bill wished it was cyanide. You might feel a bit off once this hits your bloodstream. Maybe a bit sick to your stomach or a rush of heat. Penicillin tends to do that, but it'll pass quickly. Fine job there, Frank. Okay, now to end this shift and get home. Come on, Mr. Dickinson. Let's get you back to your cell. Frank ignored them both and started cleaning up the mess left from Jack's wound. Bill rolled his eyes at Jack and gestured for him to walk toward the exit. Back in the small alcove, Bill stood in front of Jack and motioned for him to raise his shackled hands. Okay, gotta get these cuffs back on behind you. Old Sarge would have had a rip-roaring fit at me if he knew I moved them. Proper procedure and all, you know. But hey, it's not like you could have sat down right proper while old Frank fixed you up in there, now could you? Jack held up his wrists. Again, I thank you for your kindness and for bringing me here. I feel better already. The pressure around my eye was beginning to get to me. I was having a hard time sleeping. Well, we got that infection on the run now. Feel for you, though, having to take that medicine. Yuck. The last time I had me around, I puked my guts out like there weren't no tomorrow when I took them on an empty stomach. That no-good idiot nurse in there ain't got the sense God gave a dust mite. I sort of figured he wouldn't make sure you had a full stomach before he loaded you up. So here, Bill said, handing the cookies from his pocket over to Jack. Eat these before you start puking. Doubt and distrust passed across Jack's face, followed by hunger and relief. Bill knew from the mostly uneaten food trays that Jack was almost starving and had counted on hunger to win him over. And it did. Thank you. Much appreciated, Jack said, taking 2 cookies from Bill's hand. In 2 huge bites, they were gone. Bill ate the third and final one. You're welcome. Don't want you thinking all us jailers is like old Sarge. He can be a real snake in the grass, as you well know. 1 or 2 bad apples mar the whole bushel. Ain't all of us cruel like him. Cuffs securely in place, Bill led Jack back through the maze to his cell. As they waited for the last set of doors to open in Block D7, Bill noticed that Jack's breathing had become labored. Thank you again, Mr. Witham. Corporal Bill Witham. Corporal Witham, thank you again. I won't forget your kindness. Bill and Jack were only steps away from Jack's cell, and the door was still open. Bill noticed his own hands shook from the rush of excitement he felt at hearing Jack slur his words. The peanut oil worked fast. Bill watched Jack take a wobbling step through the doorway. He knew the cameras were on, so he reached out and grabbed Jack by the elbow, ushering him inside. I don't feel well. Mouth is swollen, Jack whispered. He led Jack to his bunk and uncuffed him, unable to stop the smile as he watched Jack struggle to breathe. Even in the low-lit confines of the cell, Bill could see Jack's face was beginning to swell and his lips were twice their previous size. His pulse was elevated too, judging by the throbbing vein in his neck. Jack's hands flew to his neck, clutching and clawing. Bill leaned down and spoke quietly near Jack's ear, his voice low enough that the sound wouldn't trigger the audio to begin recording from the camera in the hall. What's wrong, Mr. Dickinson? Looks like you're having trouble breathing. Maybe you're allergic to penicillin. Lots of people are. Jack looked up at Bill with his one good eye, the pleas for help behind it unmistakable. Bill didn't move, didn't say a word, didn't offer any aid. It took about 30 seconds, but Jack's eye told Bill when his brain processed what was going on. The cookies, Jack mumbled as the tears of ultimate fear fled down his swollen cheeks. "Oh, wait. I know what it is. You're allergic to peanuts. Of course, I remember now. Which means you're going into shock." Bill hissed, then brought his lips to Jack's left ear. "Was Serena as terrified as you right now when you choked the life out of her? Did you enjoy watching her suffer as much as I am enjoying watching you? Hope you liked your last meal, you murdering bastard. That was for Serena." Jack couldn't respond. Bill pulled away and watched for another 30 seconds as Jack's airway constricted tight and rendered him speechless. Jack lost consciousness, his body collapsing on the dirty bunk in a small ball, like he had just curled up and gone to sleep. Bill marveled at the speed in which the peanut oil worked at taking the life of the man who killed the only woman Bill had ever loved. Justice is now served, Bill thought as he exited the cell door, locked it, and ended his shift with a smile. A quick glance at his watch told him that the next bed check was a full 10 minutes away, and Jack's life expectancy was about 3. Bill smirked with satisfaction as he imagined old Sarge's surprise when the discovery of Jack's dead body on his shift was found. Chapter 10. Friday, early morning. I woke up on the couch at the cabin to the sounds of my mother and Regina whispering in the kitchen. I glanced at my watch, shocked to realize it was after 2 in the morning, and I was still in my soiled clothes. I'd arrived near 8:30, hugged my mom, told her and Regina that I needed a shower to help ease my migraine, and then crashed on the couch before I ever made it to the bathroom. Neither of them had pressed me for any details of my long absence, and let me be. I'm sure the fact that I looked like something out of a horror movie helped. My makeup, hair, and clothes didn't fare too well during my breakdown on Pinnacle Mountain. I stunk from the tears, sweat, and dirt on me. My contacts burned from crying and not washing my filthy face. I needed to hit the shower and recharge. I stayed under the soothing water long past the point of getting clean. The hot vapors, the feeling of the water cascading down my back, sent me into a state of nothingness. The warm liquid on my skin was my form of mental yoga. I ran out of hot water, and with a sigh of reluctance I stepped out and toweled off. Every inch of me throbbed. My calves and thighs, not to mention my feet, weren't used to the activity I now forced them to participate in. I'd worn my contacts entirely too long, and there was no way I could attempt to reinsert them for at least 24 hours. But all the scrapes, aches, and pains didn't come close to the devastation inside my heart. At least the minor body issues would repair themselves in a day or 2. My heart? Oh, it was like a cracked walnut shell, in useless pieces. All the meat scooped out and the hard carcass tossed aside to the junk pile. The strength to dress and go talk to my mom and Regina eluded me. How in the world could I face them and tell them what I'd discovered? Mom was already frail. Would the news that her son-in-law was truly a murderer be too much for her heart? How would I be able to relate what I experienced without losing my own control again? It's not like I was a spring chicken. People in their 40s and even 30s died from heart attacks or strokes. Had I come close to reaching my body's limit? The heaviness in my chest told me I had. I stared at the dark ceiling, unwilling to look at my reflection in the mirror and fretting over my next move. So many images swirled by that concentrating was impossible. All the memories of our life together, the happy times and the difficult ones, sped by. Trips, adventures, laughter, those thoughts didn't last long because they were followed by the newest ones, now forever ingrained in my memory. Jack sitting on the other side of the dirty glass, staring at me, imploring me to believe him. The nasty wound on his head, the look on his face when I stormed out, the video of him at the hotel with Serena, the picture at the mall, the autopsy report confirming the pregnancy. Although I was emotionally drained, I couldn't stand another second inside my own painful thoughts. If I stayed in here alone, I would go stark raving mad. Before I had time to consider what I was doing, I jerked on my pajamas, slid on my glasses, and was out the door, heading into the kitchen. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I hope we didn't wake you. We were trying to be quiet." I watched from the doorway as my mother rose from the small kitchen table and went to the coffee pot. Her thin body didn't need to lose any more weight, but she looked like she'd lost about 10 pounds since the last time I saw her 2 weeks ago. Her hair, once a vibrant red that started turning gray when I was in high school, seemed whiter than before. I wanted to kill Jack for what this whole mess had done to her. Mom was only a few months away from her 85th birthday, and I worried every day about her declining health. This little nightmare sure wasn't going to help. She poured a fresh cup of steaming coffee and motioned for me to sit. I moved across the tile floor like a zombie and sat down. She brought the mug back, set it in front of me, and then leaned over to kiss the top of my head before she sat back down. "Thanks, Mom. No, you didn't wake me. I just couldn't sleep anymore. Tired of nightmares, I guess. Plus, a shower was in order. I smelled like a sewer." Regina piped up. "Mel, have you eaten? If not, you need to. I saved you a plate." I shook my head no. I doubt it would stay down, but thanks anyway. "Melody, eat. Starving yourself isn't going to help this situation one bit. I'm going to fix us both some oatmeal, and you will eat it. It's just plain rude to watch someone else eat a meal alone, even if it's just a few bites," my mother said as she rose again and went over to the stove. "Everyone thinks better when their gas tank is filled up." I knew better than to argue with my mother when she took on that tone. "Okay, I'll try." "Do not try, do," Regina said in her best Yoda voice. I forced a weak smile for my best friend, who looked just as rough as I knew I did. Comic relief is why I keep you around. And here I always thought you kept me around for my skills in the kitchen. Glad to know I serve other purposes in your life. The mindless chit-chat continued while we all ate. Somehow I managed to keep down several healthy bites of the bland mush. Simba had found me and curled up asleep under the table on my feet. The presence of the two most important women in my life and the love from my furry companion kept me from running over to the kitchen drawers and pulling a knife across my neck. But even through the light banter, the ginormous elephant remained seated next to all of us, waiting to have its presence acknowledged. My mother, the quintessential Southern belle and my sweet best friend, waited for me to open Pandora's box. I held my tongue until all the dishes were cleared, then unlatched the lock I wished I never had to open. "I'm sorry that I was gone and out of touch for so long yesterday. Things didn't go exactly the way I'd hoped they would. We're here, honey. It's okay. Take your time and say what's on your heart." "Mom, it's not good. Are you sure?" "Child, I survived burying my parents, my sister, and my husband. Made it through 3 wars, 2 bouts of pneumonia, childbirth, and heart surgery. So I figure I'm a pretty tough old bird. Don't you worry none about me." A lump of heavy tears pressed down on my vocal cords, so I took another sip of coffee. I would never make it past the first sentence if I didn't rein in my emotions. My visit with Jack did not end well. He tried to convince me of his innocence, which I almost bought, until he told me, that the reason the police think he killed Serena was that she was— I couldn't say it. The word pregnant just wouldn't leave my mouth without being followed by my oatmeal. "It's okay, honey, we know. Roger called and told us yesterday." Stunned, I shouted, "He did what?" "Now, don't be upset with him, honey. He was afraid that we might hear about her pregnancy on the news before you had a chance to come back and tell us. He thought it would be better if we heard it from him rather than some stranger on the television. Plus, I think he was worried about how you would handle the news." "When did he call?" Regina leaned across the table and grabbed my hand. "Right after you went to Mr. LaFont's office. He thought that once you met with him, you might need some time alone." Well, he was right on that part, I'll give him that. The meeting just made things worse. Any contact with Bertrand LaFont always causes discomfort. The guy's so slimy he makes wet gummy worms look dry. "Regina, honey, you do have a way with words, I'll give you that," my mother said after we all stopped laughing. The old saying about laughter being insanity's closest relative never rang truer. Thank goodness I don't plan on stepping foot inside his office ever again. I will always envision him as a pink, round, and wet gummy worm now. "Thanks, Regina," I said, wiping the coffee from my mouth. "Melody, what did you find out that makes you unwilling to go back and talk to him?" "Here it comes, Mom. Lord, brace her heart." After I left the jail, I was a mess, confused, unsure what to believe. I mean, I wanted to believe Jack, needed to believe that my husband wasn't capable of such vile things the police say he did. But when he told me about the motive, I sort of flipped out. All I could think about was seeing the evidence against him with my own eyes. So that's why I went to Bertrand's office. He basically interrogated me for about 15 minutes, which I expected to happen. Then, when he tried to nonchalantly question me about my whereabouts and intimated that I might have something to do with this, I took over, shut him down, and insisted he show me what evidence the police had on Jack. "See, slimeball, just like I said. To think he had the nerve to question you." Standard line of questioning, Regina. He wouldn't be a very good lawyer if he didn't ask. Anyway, he showed me security footage from the Duchess and a picture from that lingerie shop at Park Hill Plaza. I choked on the last sentence, unable to hold back the tears any longer. It was Jack. Oh, God. It was Jack. Regina and Mom both stood up and came over to me. I melted into their warm embraces and wept like a newborn kitten for what seemed an eternity. At last, between their loving strokes and softly spoken words of comfort, the tears dried up. My mother cupped my chin in her gnarled hands and spoke quietly, her watery blue eyes soft yet determined. "Honey, are you 100% certain it was Jack? I mean, did you really feel it in here?" she asked as she moved one hand over my heart. "Mom, I know my husband." "Baby, eyesight isn't always reliable. Things can get distorted, especially when you are upset. Images can be altered. The soul, on the other hand, always knows the truth. The soul is our connection to God, and He never lies to us. We just fail to listen. Now answer my question. Did you feel it in your soul?" I I don't know." "Then until you do, Jack needs your support." Aghast, I pulled my head away in shock. "Mother, you haven't seen nor heard what he said, what he did." "Melody Marie, don't you sass me. I may be old, but I'm no fool. I've known that boy just as long as you have. I've seen the way he looks at you, the way he doted on you, how destroyed he was when the doctors told you there was no more hope for children. No man, except your father, has loved a woman like he loves you. Now, I realize that he committed the sin of straying outside his marriage bed, but that don't make him a killer. I'm shocked that you have already condemned him as guilty. I didn't raise you like that. How can you stick up for him, Mom? He cheated on me.
He admitted to it to my face. He knocked up Serena and panicked when she threatened to tell me. I saw the video of him going into her hotel room, Mom. I watched him slam his fist into her face when she opened the door. Saw the picture of him buying the underwear. The same kind she was killed with. I'm not condemning him. He did that to himself already. Mom rose from her spot at the table, walked over to the sink, and dumped her remaining coffee while I sat shaking, my anger on full boil. Mixed emotions spun through me. I loved my mother, but didn't understand why she was being so blind. I was her daughter. She should be standing next to me, holding the rope while I verbally strung Jack up by his lying words. Why is she supporting him when I need it? Melody, I'm going to bed. I suggest you do the same. Your emotions are on high alert right now, and ain't nobody in the world ever solved a dilemma when their thoughts are hotter than a firecracker. Put aside your anger and listen to what God is saying to your heart. I have been, and at no time have I heard him condemn Jack for killing that girl. Only for adultery. I suggest you don't throw that first stone before you get your answer. I love you, she whispered as she walked out of the kitchen. Good night. My mouth hung open as I watched her pad off to bed, her back erect with almost righteous indignation. She sure can give quite a speech, can't she? Regina remarked. I swung my gaze over to Regina, my heart pounding with anger. She looked as confused as I felt. Her enormous green eyes were like saucers. No wonder. What a show she just witnessed. I respected my mother enough not to unleash what I was really thinking within earshot. So I stood up, grabbed my mug, and headed out the back door. Simba followed me like a shadow, her soft fur rubbing against my bare legs. I walked through the damp grass to the swing and sat down. I knew my best friend wouldn't leave me hanging, and sure enough, I heard the flick of her lighter behind me. Got another? Mel, you quit 10 years ago. Don't. Regina, no lectures. Please. Regina's bare feet were silent as she walked around and sat down next to me in the swing. Reluctantly, she reached into her pocket and handed me the pack and the lighter. My hands were trembling so much that I couldn't control my fingers enough to light the cigarette. Regina lit it for me with obvious reluctance. When you die of lung cancer at the ripe old age of 100, please don't blame me. The large plume of white smoke left my lungs with practiced ease. 10 years away from the toxic chemicals, and yet it seemed just like yesterday I'd had one. I will place blame exactly where it belongs. Jack. Don't you think Jack's got enough on his blame card, Mel? Oh, please don't tell me you've decided to jump the SS Melody too. Because trust me, the SS Jack is like the Titanic. It's going down fast. Iceberg, dead ahead. Regina took a heavy drag of her smoke. A twinge of guilt for putting her in the midst of this whole mess stabbed at my chest. I'm not taking any sides here. I'm like Switzerland at the moment. It wouldn't be fair for me to cast my vote in either direction based solely off of our friendship without seeing the evidence for myself, now would it? The Melody I know, you know, the one who works for a defense attorney, would suggest that all the evidence and a heavy dose of common sense and gut feelings be taken into account before a verdict is reached. Am I wrong? I glared at her and blew out the last drag. It's a little different when it's your life that's been turned upside down. I mean, yes, in theory, you're correct. All circumstances surrounding a crime need to be taken into consideration. What you and my mother seem to forget is that I have done all that. I went and talked to Jack. I listened to what he had to say. I looked at the evidence against him. There isn't a crack, not one sliver. He admitted to the affair. He told me about the pregnancy. Those things are motive, Regina, and yes, he may have told me the truth about some things, but he lied about others. Such as? Regina prompted. First of all, he told me he left the hotel around 10 Saturday morning. That part was true and verified by the timestamp on the security footage. But he also told me that after he left, he drove around in a daze, went to Sheridan to visit his parents' graves, drove aimlessly for hours, and then came home late Saturday night. That part was a lie. Less than 20 minutes after he left Serena's hotel room, he came back. Saw it with my own disbelieving eyes.
What else did he lie about?
Said he didn't buy the underwear for her. Swore that he'd never been inside a lingerie store in his life. But the picture of him holding the panties told a different story. So you tell me, what am I supposed to think? I mean, the cold, hard truth slapped me in the face yesterday. There is no ignoring it. I would be a fool if I did.
I just can't believe.
That he did it? How the hell do you think I feel? I mean, I'm numb, I said, motioning for another cigarette before I continued. When I saw him walk into the visiting room, my heart broke. My first thought was my poor baby. He looked awful. His face was gaunt from lack of food and sleep. He had a large cut over his eye that looked infected. Someone clocked him, a jailer, I think. The wife and me mourned for her husband. But it wasn't long before the scorned woman in me took over. Especially after he told me about...
I can't imagine how you must feel, and honestly, all joking aside, I don't know what to do or say. I just know that I love you and I'm here for you, whatever you decide to do, whatever direction you move, because I'll tell you, if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't know what to do.
You were once, if I recall circumstances correctly. You pulled a gun on AJ.
True, but I caught him in bed with the little trollop. Temporary insanity. Once that passed, I just divorced him and am now enjoying half of all his money.
You were a basket case, Regina. I know you remember. One minute you wanted to kill him, the next you wanted to bring him back to the marital bed and show him what he was missing. You loved him and hated him with equal intensity, and sometimes at the same time.
You're right, I did. So again, as I said a minute ago, I can't imagine what I'd do if I were in your shoes. No matter what you do, you'll always be my hero.
I didn't respond, inhaling the cigarette like there was no tomorrow. The babbling river below us, the endless chirps of the katydids, the faint moos of the cows, they did nothing to help calm me. They were a stark reminder that life goes on for others even when your own life has come to an abrupt halt. After about 5 minutes of silence, Regina asked,
Mel, if all the other mess wasn't part of this, and the only thing you were dealing with at the moment was Jack's infidelity, would you have forgiven him? I mean, would you have wanted to save your marriage?
I flicked the spent butt across the yard, watching the faint red glow from the end sail across the expanse. It landed without a sound in the damp grass and went out. The light from the fire extinguished forever. Sort of like my life. I don't know, Regina. I don't know anything anymore. Mom and Regina were asleep in separate rooms of the cabin. I listened to their faint snoring and felt a stirring of jealousy inside, wishing I could just shut my mind down and do the same. For the past 4 hours, I'd paced the floor so much that my feet were numb. Unable to take another step, I collapsed on the couch and Simba joined me, snuggling close. I couldn't help but wonder how Roger would react to having a hairy dog on his fine leather. Turning the television on wasn't a risk I was willing to take. The way things had been going, it would be tuned to the channel that just happened to be running a rehash of local news, and my worst nightmare would be blazing across the screen. Roger wouldn't be too happy if I told him that I broke his television set in a fit of anger. The thought of trying to read a book almost made me laugh out loud, like I could even concentrate on one sentence, much less a paragraph or chapter. Struggling to fight the nervous energy,
I went to the kitchen and found Regina's smokes on the counter. I grabbed them and my cell phone, opened the back door, and slipped into the early morning air. Simba right on my heels. Situated in the swing with a cigarette lit, I decided to clear out all the unwanted garbage on my phone. 300 emails, 78 missed phone calls, and 37 voicemails, 62 text messages. Good thing I can't sleep. This is going to take hours. I ignored the emails and pushed the button to clear all my notifications. Then I dialed my voicemail, sat back in awe, and listened, almost grateful for the mundane to take my mind off the impossible. My mother, Regina, Roger, my dentist office confirming my appointment on Tuesday, Jack's boss, Everett, every major news anchor from all 3 stations wanting a comment, the mortgage company wanting to know where this month's mortgage payment was at, and to please call them, Bertrand asking me to come in and speak with him. To erase this message, press 7. Delete, delete, delete. The last 3 messages were from Kindle, Jack's best friend. My throat tightened when I heard his choked-up voice. Mel, it's Kindle. I just got back in town and heard about what happened. Oh God, are you okay? Please, call me back and let me know if there's anything you need. I'm here for you and for Jack. Mel, it's Kendall again. I'm really worried about you. Went by the house today to check on you and didn't see your car. Called your office and they said you were out. I can't imagine that you feel like talking, but please, send me a text or something and let me know you're okay, please. Mel, it's Kendall. I saw you today, walking outside the jail. I was going to go visit Jack, too, if they'd let me. But when I saw you, I left. At least I know you're okay. If you feel like talking, call me. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about Kendall. Guilt at my selfishness punched me in the chest. Jack and Kendall were closer than flesh and blood brothers. They looked enough alike in the face to pass as kin. Their friendship had started in the 6th grade and never faltered. Kendall was the best man at our wedding and a permanent fixture almost every weekend at our house, especially during football and basketball season. They were as close as Regina and I were, if not closer. My guilt morphed over to irritation the more I thought along those lines. They were close. Did Jack tell Kendall about the affair? Did he confide his transgressions to his best friend, maybe seeking guidance, redemption, or spiritual support? Even maybe to brag about his new squeeze? I deleted the last voicemail and clicked over to my text messages. The most recent one was from Kendall, sent about 3 hours ago. Mel, praying for you both. Kendall was right, I didn't feel like talking. But suspicion niggled away at me until I couldn't stand it anymore, so I decided to send him a text. I'm okay, laying low for a bit. Things are not good, not in mood to talk on phone, but wanted to say I'm sorry I haven't responded until now. Regina's pack of smokes was half gone and my mouth tasted like a dirty ashtray, but I didn't care. I lit another one and waited as the sun began to rise over the hill to see if Kendall was up and would respond. I didn't have to wait long. Oh, Mel, good to hear from you. This is just awful, a nightmare. Are you somewhere safe? What can I do to help? I decided not to tippy-toe around and just flat out ask him. Nightmare is putting it mildly. Need to know something. Kendall, did you know about the affair? Less than 15 seconds later, my phone buzzed in my hand. No, Mel, I didn't. I would have said something to you or convinced Jack to tell you. You know how I feel about that subject. Indeed, I did. Kendall had been married for 6 years to a woman who cheated on him so many times we all lost count. When he decided to end the marriage, she beat him to the punch and drained his bank account before splitting town with one of her lovers. Poor Kendall came close to a nervous breakdown. Hit the bottle heavy for 2 years until Jack convinced him to get help. We watched him go from a destroyed man to a new one when he gave his life over to the Lord. He'd been standing on the solid rock of his faith ever since. My guilt came back for even suspecting he knew. Mel, please call me. I hate this form of communication. It's worse than social media. Jack's parents were dead, and like me, he had no siblings. So the only person who knew him better than I did in the world was Kindle. The urge to hear his voice hit me hard. So before I could stop myself, I pushed the button and called him. He answered on the first ring. Thank goodness. My fingers were getting tired. Hey, Kendall, I'm sorry I waited so long. Mel, please don't be. I'm surprised you're even coherent. I'd be a drooling fool, almost am as it is. Oh, I've already had several breakdowns. One of them was on top of Pinnacle yesterday. Another was inside the jail. Fell face down in front of a crowded room of visitors and inmates. Fainted dead away in Roger's office on Monday when I found out about Serena. Blew up at my mother, my boss, my best friend. It's been fun. Girl, I always knew you were strong, but this is like Greek lore. You're a regular Hercules. Well, like Hercules, fire can kill him. This firestorm has burnt me to a crisp. But you're still standing. So are you back at home? I sighed and lit another cigarette. No, but I'm going back tomorrow. Roger said the police finally cleared me to go back. Can't wait to see the mess they left. My house is probably in shambles. At least I'll have the weekend to work on cleaning up. Besides, I'm tired of not sleeping in my own house. Roger's place is nice, but it isn't home. That was really nice of him, letting you get away from not only work, but the prying eyes of the media. Isn't his place in Mount Pine, deep in the woods? No, Caddo Valley. But as much as I appreciate him letting me hide here, I have to go back to reality and start trying to pick up the pieces. I have to function as the sole breadwinner, which means I have to keep my job. There's no telling how long all of this will last or how much it will cost, and whether I end up spending the rest of my life alone while Jack is behind bars. Kendall sighed. So you went to see him. Do you want to talk about it? I knew that wasn't the only reason Kendall asked. He wanted to know if the man he had loved for longer than I did admitted to taking the life of another. Look, Kendall, I know you want to talk about this, and really, I understand the need to. You love Jack. He's your best friend. I love Jack. But our love for him doesn't change what's happened. Oh, Mel, there's just no way. Jack wouldn't. He couldn't. The news reports are just filthy lies. Kendall, I read the autopsy report, viewed the mountain of evidence against him, and watched some of it with my own eyes. The case against him isn't just circumstantial, it's a slam dunk. Did you meet with the police today? No, I went to see his lawyer, Bertrand Lafont, after I left the jail. When Jack dropped the bomb on me, I went straight to Bertrand's office. Roger said the police still want to talk to me, but I knew I couldn't handle that meeting without losing my marbles. Turns out my meeting with Bertrand wasn't any better. Guess the venue really doesn't matter when you get blindsided with what I saw today. Uncomfortable silence ensued. I couldn't bring myself to rehash the events of yesterday, and I sensed Kendall didn't want to know the gory details that would seal the coffin on his friendship with Jack. Fatigue bore down on me, and I found it difficult to keep my eyes open. I decided the insects had fed enough on my blood, and that I should go inside and attempt to get some rest. My eyes were getting heavy, and my head was pounding from all the squinting the last several hours. I cursed my weak eyes. Kendall, listen, I'm exhausted, and I need... Please don't apologize, Mel. Go get some sleep. Thanks for calling me back. I've really been worried about you. If you need any help cleaning up this weekend, call me, okay? Sure thing. Listen, one favor? Anything. Shoot. Pray for all of us, because I can't seem to do that right now. Always, Mel. Always. I disconnected the call without another word. I could hear the pain in Kendall's voice and knew our conversation would be relived later through his tears and my own. Simba followed me back inside and curled up next to me on the couch. Thankfully, sleep came quickly for us both. The water was cold but not freezing. The brilliant azure liquid shimmered all around me as I floated effortlessly under the waves. The tranquil silence enveloped me in a state of bliss, and I watched colorful sea creatures swim by, oblivious to my intrusion into their world. I looked up and watched the sun sparkle through the depths, and felt myself smile. Basking in the comforting water, my eyes soaked in the beautiful surroundings. Free and unchained, my body moved without my prodding, bringing me closer to a school of candy-colored fish. The montage of color turned the blue sea into a living rainbow as the fish swam in practiced unison. Drifting inside their midst, I realized the colors weren't from the fish. The fish weren't fish at all. They were floating pictures of my life with Jack. The water seemed warmer as it embraced me, my heart swelling with love at the memories in front of me. Jack and I on our first date. The first tender kiss received in full view of the sparkling stars on the park bench under a magnolia tree. Jack and I at the zoo the day he arranged for a private tour of the newborn tigers, the smallest one with a bow around its neck, my engagement ring daintily swaying from the end of the ribbon. Jack in his tuxedo as he stood at the altar while I walked down the aisle, his grin brighter than the candles surrounding him. The day we signed the papers and bought our first house, and celebrated with a passionate evening of lovemaking in front of the fireplace. Yet another of the evening he saved me from falling into the fire pit and ended up burning his hand. Even though I was underwater, I could feel the tears fall from my eyes. My husband, my lover, my best friend and soulmate. The man God sent to me and my reason for getting out of bed each day. His smiling face, his lovely rugged features, and his dark curly hair. My heart pined for it all. Yet you doubt him, whispered the voice of my mother, her words like a dagger thrust inside my heart. The water turned cold and blood red, and the happy images vanished. I realized I was sinking, unable to move my limbs to swim to the surface. But I shouted in my head, "You didn't look with your heart. Look again." The image of the hallway appeared, and I watched Jack exit the elevator and approach the room, almost in slow motion. This time, I noticed something. His gait was wrong. His shoulders were too narrow, the thighs too thin. The curls that peeked out from under the ball cap were too loose to be Jack's. His hair was much curlier, thicker, coarser. The image changed. Now it showed the man approaching a hotel room door, moving past a large vase of flowers on the small table in the hallway. I could see the tips of the flowers above his head. My mind conjured up the image of Jack leaving the same hotel room and watched him pass the same flowers. I couldn't see the tips, because the man who walked by was shorter, by at least 1 full inch. The video image disappeared, replaced by the enlarged picture from the lingerie store. My eyes were immediately drawn to the hand holding the underwear. There was no scar. The hand that held the silky panties didn't belong to Jack. Now, do you see? Yes, oh my God, it's not Jack. Praise Jesus, it's not my Jack. A surge of adrenaline kicked me into gear, and I found I could control my limbs. I swam toward the intense light on the surface, my heart bursting with renewed vigor and love. I jerked up from the couch like a bolt of lightning had just shot through me. Simba started barking as she followed me through the living room and into my mom's room. Mom was sitting on the edge of the bed tying her shoes. "Mom, oh my God, you were right. Jack didn't kill her." "Child, calm down. I can't understand you when you talk so fast." My noisy entrance to the real world seemed to have woken Regina, and she stumbled into the room, her hair sticking every which way from a rough night's sleep. "What's going on?" "I missed it. I totally missed it." My mother grabbed my hand and pulled me down to sit on the bed. Her voice was calm, quiet. "Missed what, honey?" "His scar. You know, the one on his hand from when he got burned so badly. In my dream, the things I saw yesterday appeared. The picture at the lingerie store, it wasn't Jack. The guy in the photo doesn't have a scar. Plus, the hair isn't curly enough, too stringy, and the body type, it's smaller than Jack's, and the killer is at least an inch shorter." "Oh, Mom, you were so on target. I feel it right here," I said, pointing to my chest. "Someone else killed Serena, not my Jack." "Glory be to the heavens, girl. Prayers have been answered," my mother said, and hugged my neck with ferocious intensity. "See what happens when you rely on him to guide you. You were blind, but now you see." "Amen, Mom, amen." Tears streaked down Regina's face as she moved in for a group hug. Her voice was muffled when she asked, "So what now, Mel?" Through my tears of joy, I answered, "I'm going to do everything in my power to help free my husband from jail for a crime that I know he didn't commit." Regina shut her trunk when the last bit of luggage was loaded, and I hugged her neck. "Thank you for everything. You are coming over tonight, right?" She smiled, her face covered in sweat. The heat was unbearable already, and it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. "Well, duh. Like I'm going to let you tackle the house by yourself. I'm the obsessive-compulsive one, remember? There's no way I'm going to let you tackle that mess alone." I pressed my sweaty forehead up against hers and smiled. "In case I haven't told you today, I love you." "Love is a many-splendored thing. La, 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 don't know the rest of the words," Regina quipped. I shook my head at her purposefully poor rendition of the classic song. Regina never had been able to handle deep emotions without becoming a blubbering fool, and tended to hide behind sarcasm. She pulled away from me, trying to hide the tears in her eyes. I smiled and watched as she hopped into her car and sped off. My focus shifted over to my mother, who was trying to lug her heavy suitcase out the door. "Mom, please, let me." "I'm not an invalid, Melody Marie. I'll get this and take a quick gander inside to make sure we didn't leave anything. You go take that dog of yours for a walk. It's too hot outside to be stopping along the way." "Yes, ma'am," I said, as a smile crossed my face. Mom surely was the tough old bird she claimed to be, and stubborn as a mule and feisty to boot. She was also the person I admired the most on this earth because of her strong faith, though I doubted I would ever admit it out loud. I knew that God had spoken through her yesterday to reach me. He planted the seed in me, using my mother as the vessel to deliver the message. Ever since my dream earlier, I realized I hadn't felt this strong and close to God in years. No longer was the dark, never-ending hole inside me, the one that had been filled with fear, anxiety, worry, pain, and anger. It almost was like the water from my dream somehow cleansed me, washing all the darkness away and filling me with hope. Thank you, God, for allowing her to be my mother. I opened the back door and Simba lunged out, nearly knocking me over. "Come on, girl, get busy. We're going home." Simba sniffed and snorted around the yard until she found the perfect spot to do her business. I walked over to the swing and stared across the Caddo River Valley, watching the swift-moving water race through the twists and turns cut into the mountainside. The humidity was near 80%, and sweat plastered my shirt against my chest and back like a second suit. The birds flitted about their merry morning rituals, matched only in dedication by the squirrels that jumped from tree to tree. I saw the hint of pink out of the corner of my eye and smiled, recognizing that it was a resurrection lily. They were one of my favorite flowering bulbs, not only for their beauty, but the legend behind them. The poem from my youth popped into my head. This delicate flower is nature's way of reminding us what is to come on that sweet, blessed day. We are like the spring greenery that shoots forth to the sky. Before full beauty is reached, we all must die. To achieve our glory, we need the Master's touch. He cares for us in His garden because He loves us so much. Unwilling to cry any more, I shook the poem from my thoughts and opted to not pick the delicate flower from its spot against the house. Roger obviously enjoyed them too, since the entire flower bed was bursting with pink. I couldn't help but feel that their presence was another sign from God, a sign of a new life, new hope, and new direction. Plucking one wouldn't hurt, but I'd already invaded every other spot of Roger's house. I wanted to leave some things untouched, normal. Come on, Simba. Let's go home. Furry tail wagging like a flag, Simba danced around me like a puppy, like she knew we were leaving. Once I got her situated in the back seat and the air conditioner on full blast, I took one last look at my hideaway and backed out of the driveway. "Honey, your phone has been going crazy, keeps beeping and buzzing. I reached out and grabbed my mother's delicate hand, brought it to my lips and kissed it gently. "Not now, Mom. I want to tell you all about my dream. There will be plenty of time to play catch-up once I get home." So, I began releasing her cool hand to mute my cell phone and the radio, then focusing my attention back to my rock. I was underneath the ocean, or in a lake or something, not a care in the world, full of peace and tranquility. The water was warm, comforting. "Mom, are you sure you want to come stay? There's no telling what mess awaits me at the house. Wouldn't you like to wait until at least tomorrow? Give me and Regina a chance to at least create a path to walk through?" "Melody, you're acting like a tornado ripped through your house or something. I'm sure it will be messy, but manageable. I doubt walls have been torn down or holes punched in the floor. So yes, I am sure. Let me just run inside and get another change of clothes and my other shoes. I'll be right back." Before I could protest, my stubborn mother was out of the car. I watched as she walked through the carport and unlocked the side door, then disappeared inside. I hoped she would hurry. Simba was drooling all over the back seat and my shoulder, her hot breath making the car smell like dog chow. Mom was back in a flash, and I backed out of the driveway, grateful she only lived 3 miles from my house. I was afraid that Simba's bladder was as close to bursting as my own. I turned onto my street, jabbering away with Mom about my plans for the day. "Let me get you situated and then make a few phone calls. I need to go by and give my statement to the police and then go and see Roger. Got to make sure I still have a job. Hey, look, Regina beat us here. And Kindle and Roger are here too. Looks like the cleaning brigade decided to arrive early. Goodness, what a great boss Roger is. After all he's done for me, for us. I won't be able to ask for a raise for years."
That's my girl acknowledging her blessings. God takes care of his children, even the ones who've wandered from the fold. Our Heavenly Father doesn't stop loving us even when we walk away from him. Parents are like that, you know? I smiled at my mother's gentle urging to go back to church and start my relationship with the Lord again. She was right, though I didn't like admitting it. Jack and I both lost our footing when we started walking our own paths, away from the solid ground of faith. Once he was home, that would change. I pulled into the driveway with a smile on my face, grateful that Regina decided to come early and that Kindle and Roger were here as well. Regina didn't have a job to call in sick to, since she was divorcee wealthy, but Kindle did, and Roger had a large law firm to run and was doing so without his paralegal. I tried to mentally review his calendar, wondering if he had court today. I came up blank. God, I'll be glad when all this is over and I can actually concentrate on things again. Jack will be home soon, and we can work on restoring our marriage. It'll be a tough climb, but we can do it. It was sweet of Kendall to blow off work on a sunny Friday afternoon to come help me, rather than smacking around a few golf balls like he often did when he played hooky. It was above and beyond the call of duty for Roger to show up. I couldn't imagine my wealthy boss helping clean my police-ransacked house. Since I paid his monthly bills, I knew he didn't clean his own place in town or the cabin. He paid a service to come and perform the boring, mundane household chores that he did not have time for. I almost laughed out loud trying to envision him scrubbing a toilet. Maybe he'd just come to supervise our cleanup efforts, ready to record any permanent damage that the CSI team might have done to my house. All of them must have known that I would be devastated when I walked inside my house for the first time. Thank you, Lord, for surrounding me with such good friends and a wonderful boss. The heat hit me like a wrecking ball when I opened the car door and stepped outside. Thunder rumbled in the distance as dark, ominous storm clouds loomed overhead. Mom was terrified of storms ever since she'd experienced 2 tornadoes in her youth. One destroyed the farmhouse she grew up in while she cowered in the storm shelter with her parents. The other was almost 30 years ago when she and Dad were on vacation in Missouri. That monster twister roared through the town and leveled it. I needed to hurry up and get her and our luggage inside before the inevitable torrent of rainfall hit. "Hey guys, thanks for—" "Wait, what's wrong?" I asked, stopping short when I saw the looks on all their faces. My stomach rolled as a wave of fear overtook my body. Gut instincts told me something was wrong. And the thunder rolls, the lightning strikes. Tears were streaming down Regina's face, and she wasn't trying to hide them. Other than the last few days, I'd only seen her cry twice. When AJ broke her heart, and when her father died 8 years ago. Her eyes were swollen, the rims beet red, like she'd been crying for quite a while. The tissues in her hand shook as she hurried to wipe the wetness off her face before I saw her tears. I glanced over at Kendall, who wouldn't look at me, his hands shoved deep inside his pockets, his head staring down at his feet. I saw tears drip off his face and land on his shoes and started shaking as I backed away from them. I looked at Roger, and time seemed to stop. He was pale, his eyes unreadable, covered with sunglasses, his jaw clenched shut like a steel trap. He stood in the middle of Regina and Kendall, a supportive arm draped over each of their shoulders. With a pat on both their backs, he moved away, unwilling to look my direction, as he headed for the passenger side of my car. "Mel, honey, let's go inside," Regina choked out as she nodded toward the door.
Come on, Roger can help your mom, and Kindle can get Simba. Ice filled my veins as fear traveled through me at a sickening pace. Kindle raised his head and looked at me, and I saw the devastation in his eyes. He looks like a man who just lost his best friend. Oh, God, no. My face crumpled as I shifted my gaze between the two of them, my own tears springing forth and clouding my vision with a wet haze. My body sagged against the doorframe, while I shook my head violently back and forth. No, 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 no. Please go away. Don't say another word. I can't hear this. Oh, God. Melody, honey, what's wrong? I heard my mother ask the question, and it registered somewhere inside me that Roger had helped her out of the car. Roger's deep baritone voice was whispering to her, but I couldn't make out a word he said. I was lost inside my own world, trying desperately to escape the real one barreling down on me with more intensity than the storm that surrounded us. I clung to the doorframe of my car and closed my eyes, willing this to all be a dream. The horror hit me that I was truly awake when I heard my mother's weak voice say, "Oh, no. Oh, Jack, dear Jesus." I sensed Kindle's body near me, his pain a living entity that seeped over and wrapped itself around my heart, cloaking my soul with the dark news. I opened my eyes and whispered, "No, please. Jack's okay, right?" "Oh, Mel, he's gone. I'm so sorry." He whispered back and pulled me close, his sobs of grief indecipherable from my own. Chapter 11, Tuesday afternoon. When I die, don't cry for me. In my Father's arms I'll be. The wounds this world left on my soul will all be healed and I'll be whole. It don't matter where you bury me, I'll be home and I'll be free. Our small gathering of close family and friends listened to the soothing voice of the pastor sing the haunting lyrics of Jack's favorite hymn, All My Tears. Regina sat on my left, my mother on my right, each one holding my hand in gentle clasps as the pastor began the service. My husband's funeral service, a place no woman ever wants to be sitting in the front row as the last goodbyes are said. Ever. I couldn't get the words to register right in my head. I understood the meaning, but not the application to my life. Widow. My new life. Alone as a widow at 43. It made no sense. My eyes settled on the small slab of concrete where some unknown hand had carved the name Jackson Tyler, Jack Dickinson, followed by his birth date and the day he died in the gray stone. The intricate lettering was no different than the other headstones that stood alone, erect pillars aged by the weather and time, a last monument to the once living bodies now forever entombed underground. Jack's headstone lay on the ground, waiting for the service to finish so the gravediggers could set it up and end their day. Once we left and the final touches were completed, Jack's final resting place under the watchful eye of the weeping willow trees would be quiet and alone, just like the grave. The drone of the preacher sounded like a bee buzzing around my ear. I heard it but didn't pay attention. My mind wandered over to the events of the last 4 days after the news broke that I was now a widow. I'd cried out all the tears my eyes could possibly produce, mourning the sudden loss of my soulmate. The first few days, my thoughts ran amok, my mind close to snapping. One minute I blamed God for Jack's allergies, and the next I blamed the jail for allowing him to be injured, them waiting too long to provide adequate treatment, until the wound had festered and required antibiotics. Then I shifted and blamed Jack for not knowing he was allergic to penicillin and for starting this whole sordid mess in motion by stepping out of our marriage bed. I blamed the detectives for arresting an innocent man. I even blamed the medical examiner, who told me in his most solemn practice voice when I questioned what happened that anyone, anytime, can become allergic to any given item. While bouncing from one end of the blame spectrum to the other, I discovered my tears wouldn't stop. Mom, Regina, and Kendall tried to comfort me, but their attempts were hopelessly lost on me. That first day was a blur. I had collapsed into the arms of Kendall, practically catatonic, my heart frozen as Regina and Kendall drove me to the coroner's office to identify Jack's cold, lifeless body. When the coroner pulled the sheet back and I stared at the swollen, almost unrecognizable face of the man I loved, a huge part of me died. The last image I would take with me, the most recent, fresh one, was his dead body. I acknowledged that it was Jack with a solemn nod of my head and a cavalcade of tears shed on Kendall's strong shoulder. On the drive home, none of us spoke a single word, each lost inside our grief. For the next 2 days, I stayed locked inside Jack's office and went through the little remaining pieces of paper, shreds of clothing, and files left behind by the police, just to smell him before his scent dwindled away with time. I threw back glass after glass of wine on an empty stomach while I looked at photographs of our life together until I couldn't focus my eyes another moment and passed out. The next morning I woke up and repeated the process. On Monday morning the tears stopped. They dried up like the last remaining raindrop in the Sahara Desert. Poof! Gone. The blame game had its final contestant, and the winner was chosen. Me. I'd let my own pride, my own pain, my own wants and needs come before Jack's. Worse, I let my anger push me away from God. My heart had been embroiled in turmoil. I longed for a child, and it consumed everything inside of me once the reality hit home that it wasn't to be. 6 months ago, I started experiencing the first symptoms of menopause, which sealed the coffin on the little hope I'd kept alive in the back of my mind. Jack, noticing my moments of internal spontaneous combustion, tried to convince me to consider adoption. We had just started tackling the mounds of paperwork and background checks less than 5 months ago, after I gave in to his endless pleadings. It would satisfy his longing for a child, and in a way mine too, but it wasn't the same for me. I felt less than a woman, not whole, broken, for not being able to do what my body was created to do. I lost myself in the agony of knowing I would never feel the excitement of watching the stick turn blue, find some creative way to tell Jack we were pregnant, or feel a part of us move inside my belly. Never would I experience the strange food cravings, watch my belly swell with our growing child. We would never get to lie in bed at night and whisper our hopes and dreams, worries and fears for our baby. No first step, no first words, no kissing boo-boos or wiping tears away. No first day of school, date, driving lesson, prom, graduation, marriage, or grandchildren. Nothing. I was lost inside the empty shell of my womb, unable to find my way out of the darkness. I'd watched Jack suffer but turned a blind eye, somehow convincing myself my pain was worse than his. I hadn't just lost interest in sex, but intimacy. When Jack would come near me, even just to be close, I brushed him away, not because I didn't love him, but because I feared the sadness that, in recent years, followed intimate contact between the two of us. It was a reminder of my inability to conceive a child, and it was easier to deal with Jack's annoyance than face my own pain. Plus, being in Jack's arms was a painful reminder that, after all, it was my fault that we couldn't have children. It was a shameful, dirty little secret why my womb was a barren wasteland, and one no one else knew about. For 22 years, I'd kept the secret, burying it deeper than what I was watching happen to Jack's body. But yesterday morning, in the midst of Jack's papers and clothes, His scent already fading, I sat on the floor and felt the shame of my selfishness burn my tears away. Shame for not standing by him when he needed me the most and for not believing him when I watched him beg for my forgiveness and vehemently bemoan his innocence. Devastating humiliation for so callously turning my back on him when I should have granted him the same forgiveness for his mistakes as God granted to his children for their sins. The last words I ever said to the man who loved me were, "You bastard." That realization filled me with renewed fervor amidst the pain. God had taken my husband home and left me here for a reason. And that day on the messy floor of Jack's office, I knew why God left me here. I knew it would be an incredibly difficult journey, fraught with stumbling blocks and self-doubt. But I made the commitment to stand strong. As Pastor Trent spoke about Jack and his new home above, my mother and Regina gripped my hands tighter, trying to convey comfort, love, and support through their squeezes. But I felt none of it. It was like I was dead inside, no different than the corpse of my husband less than 10 feet from me. Jack was gone, only his hollow shell resting inside the sleek black coffin. A tube covered with a huge spray of pink lilies, Jack's favorite flower. His essence, his soul, were free of the bonds of the sinful flesh. For a split second, I envied him. I watched the beams of the late afternoon sun sparkle across the rounded top, mesmerized by the intensity of the light and the heat waves that rolled off of it. Like a moth drawn to the flame, my eyes were transfixed on the casket that housed the earthly remains of Jack. It sat on top of the metal apparatus that would lower it into the ground, next to the grave of his parents, forever entombed in the rocky ground of 10 Mile Cemetery in Sheridan. Join him, Melody. Join me. Join us. It's easy. Just climb inside and close the lid. The darkness will give you comfort. The voice of my grandmother beckoned, piercing through my mind. Her sweet southern drawl flowed like warm sugar, coaxing my body to heed her words. Come unto me. I will give you the rest of the punishment you deserve, the eternal damnation we all deserve. Ha, 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 ha. A shudder of fear shot through me as the voice I recalled from my youth changed into a guttural hiss, mocking me. I closed my eyes and fought for strength and control of my own thoughts. Get thee behind me, Satan. You ruled my thoughts once. I won't let you again. Jesus, give me strength. Don't go getting all righteous on me, girl. I didn't abandon him in jail, you did. Called him a bastard and walked out. Broke his heart. Yes, ma'am, you surely did. I heard him crying in his cell for you, begging God for forgiveness for his sins and another chance with you. I tried to reason with him, whispered in his ear that it was your fault for not being a good enough wife, not providing him an heir to his name, not caring for his manly needs. But he's here now with me. So come on, join the party, honey. We have room. We're waiting. Oh, Jesus, help me, I whispered. Only my mother and Regina heard my desperate plea, and they answered by hugging me close for the duration of the service. Less than 20 people had attended, which was by design. I refused to let the media feed off the grief of those who loved Jack. They already hounded me and my family and friends enough. The frenzied school of bloodthirsty sharks attacked without mercy when the news broke about Jack's death. My mother balked at the idea of a quiet graveside service at first. Her Southern traditions of viewings, services, and burials, followed by food receptions, were ingrained deeply in her psyche. I told her that very few people would be attending the service of a man accused of such a brutal crime, friends included. She didn't have a valid argument in response to that. The temperature was near 100, which was normal for July, so the service was set to last less than 20 minutes. Under the thin green canopy erected by the funeral home, the 30 chairs situated in neat rows were all empty now, the service concluded, the words meant to comfort the living spoken. I shook sweaty hands, received damp hugs, and tried to listen to the murmured words of encouragement mumbled in hushed tones. I nodded my head at the empty condolences and prayers from Jack's boss, a few of his co-workers, one college friend, and a distant cousin on his mother's side. A handful of people from my office came, including Roger, as well as a spattering of old high school friends I hadn't seen in years. But my core of strength didn't let me weather the storm alone. Mom, Regina, and Kindle surrounded me like a brick fortress, shielding me from the sensation of utter helplessness. They deflected nosy questions, scooting the spectators down the receiving line with kind words and smiles. In less than 5 minutes, the gravel parking lot was empty of the vehicles of the guests. The only cars left were the hearse, the family limousine that would take us back to the funeral home to retrieve our vehicles, and the beat-up truck of the gravediggers. The 2 silent men waited next to the open hole for their cue to lower Jack's casket. I couldn't move from my chair. I paid no attention to the sweat that ran down my face or the mosquitoes that swarmed. My focus was on the red and white roses that the guests left on top of Jack's coffin. They were already starting to wilt under the hot sun, along with the funeral spray of pink lilies. "They are rotting, just like dear old Jack and I are, sweetie. All living things die, then rot away. The worms crawl in, the worms crawl out. Come on, dearie. I know you want to rot away, too." Everyone was startled when I shot out of my chair. Right away, Kendall's protective hand braced my back, probably assuming I would faint or fall over. I shook him off and moved from under the cover of the canopy toward the gravediggers. "I need a few minutes. Alone. Kendall, will you please help my mother to the limo? I need to say goodbye." My mother stepped over and kissed my cheek, then led the small processional to the cool confines of the limo. The 2 gravediggers waddled across the grass, eager to sit inside their truck with the air conditioner on as the rain began falling, the droplets tinkling on the top of the casket. Alone at last, I bowed my head and said my piece as the cool water peppered my back. "Jack, my Jack, I'm so sorry for doubting you. I let my hurt and anger blind me to what my heart was trying to say to me. Since you are there now, you probably already know this, but God showed me in a dream the truth that my heart knew, but my angry mind overrode. You didn't kill Serena. I know that with every fiber of my being, and I'm sorry for not being a better wife, for not seeing and responding to your needs. I was too wrapped up in my own to see your pain. I have forgiven you, and I hope you forgive me. Forgive me for not standing by you, for running away and leaving in a fit of anger, for my last words to you, for not fighting for your freedom sooner. Had I come to my senses earlier, you wouldn't be gone. I won't let this go, Jack. I won't let the world label you as a killer. I won't let them laugh at your expense, mocking you for dying in jail. I will hunt, search, and seek until my last breath is taken, and find out who did this. I will clear your name. As God Almighty is my witness, I will clear your name. Now that you are with our Savior, I ask just one thing. Please ask Him to give me strength to run this race and not give up. Not for me, for you, because I love you so much, Jackson Tyler Dickinson. I love you so much. I promise I'll make this right, no matter how many roadblocks and tricks the devil throws at me. I will. So help me God. The street was quiet, the reporters gone. I breathed a sigh of relief as Kendall maneuvered his SUV into my driveway. My poor neighbors. Prior to all this, our little neighborhood was peaceful. The kind of place where you could walk down the sidewalk without worry, wave hello to your neighbor, and see children playing outside until dark. In the last week and a half, the entire block had been subjected to cops, news crews, and more cops, causing most of the residents to hide behind locked doors and closed drapes until the onslaught passed. It was just the 5 of us now, me, Mom, Regina, Kindle, and Roger. Regina had kindly but firmly informed the few mourners at the service that there would be no visitation at the house afterwards. Considering the circumstances around Jack's departure, no one batted an eye. We walked inside in silence and headed straight to the living room. Simba was still curled up on the same spot in the corner. She hadn't moved from Jack's chair for 3 days, except when I forced her to go outside and pee. She hadn't eaten either, or come down to check on me. Normally she was a bother under my feet, my little furry shadow that followed me from room to room, eager to be a part of whatever I was doing. But she knew. She sensed that something was wrong, that Jack wasn't coming back. Her animal instincts kicked in, and she mourned in her own way the loss of her other master. Her coat was dull, the vibrant sheen gone. It looked almost dingy gray now, rather than ebony. She wound herself into a tight ball and whined every now and then, sometimes licking the arms of the chair or rubbing her face on the backrest. She wants to remember Jack's scent, too. "Come on, girl, let's go outside before it starts raining," I said, opening the back door. Her brown eyes looked at me, the sadness unmistakable. I saw her eyes move from Regina to Kindle, then to Roger. A low rumble left her throat, followed by a slow whine. He was an unfamiliar presence in the house, and she didn't like it. Simba gingerly clambered off the chair onto the floor. She walked through the living room into the kitchen, stopping in front of Kindle to give him a good sniff. Poor thing, he looks so much like Jack. She has to smell him to make sure it isn't. Oh, Lord, she's taking this really hard. Regina opened the fridge door and pulled out the pre-made tray of food she'd prepared earlier. She plucked out a fat shrimp and tossed it to me. "Here, see if Simba will eat this." "Come on, girl, look, yummy shrimp," I said, wagging the cold carcass in front of her. Despite her yearnings for Jack, she followed her nose and me out the door. I tossed the shrimp across the yard, and Simba bounded after it, gobbled it down, and started sniffing around to find her favorite spot. Lightning crackled a few miles away, followed by a loud clap of thunder. The summer had been unseasonably wet in central Arkansas. All the rain and high humidity made for misery when one dared step outside. I counted the seconds between the bolt of lightning and the roar of the thunder. The storm was about 15 minutes away, which meant I had enough time to smoke a few cigarettes before the rain came. I sat down in the wicker chair on the deck and reached under the seat for my hidden stash of smokes. "Seriously, who are you hiding them from? Jack's not here to scold you for picking up this nasty habit again." "Oh, Jack, I wish you were here." "I thought you quit." Roger's voice startled me. I hadn't heard him walk up behind me. Before I could light my cigarette, a lighter appeared in front of my face. "Desperate times call for desperate measures," I replied, leaning toward the flame my boss offered. "May I?" Roger asked, holding up a slim cigar. "Of course." The sweet aroma of black cherry hung in the damp air as Roger puffed away on the stogie. He walked over to the railing at the edge of the deck and tried to pretend he was watching the incoming storm, but I could see he was eyeballing me. It was still a bit unnerving having him here, wallowing in the pit of my troubles right alongside me. Seems once we crossed the unseen line of boss and employee relationship, there was no going back to it. "Roger, thank you for all you've done during the last week and a half. I couldn't have asked for a more supportive or understanding employer. Really, I don't know how I can ever repay you. Melody, do you remember when Corinne died? Indeed, I did. I'd only been his assistant for 6 months when Corinne fell ill. Roger had died a little each day, watching his wife dwindle away as cancer destroyed her body. We had been forced to transfer all his cases to other associates during the last 2 months of her life, so Roger could be by her side and care for her. He'd refused to hire a stranger to come to his house and take care of her, and threw a rip-snorting fit when the doctors suggested she be moved to hospice care. He declined help from any family members or friends. I suspected he didn't want them to see the deteriorated state of his once beautiful bride. After he told me about her diagnosis, I did a bit of research on the last stages of someone with a brain tumor and was shocked at the symptoms they could suffer from. Corinne had been a vibrant, lovely woman full of intelligence and grace, not a